the leader of Homes with Hope. Helen, you're on the air with Bill. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. My question is, when they have affordable housing units set aside in some of these large developments, they get a dispensation, like, okay, you can build a few extra units, but you have to you give some as affordable housing units. Are they grandfathered in for a certain period of time and then go away after 10 or years or so, and then the builder or the developer can just put them all out as full priced, or are they there in perpetuity?
My understanding with all the developments is once they put an affordability at 60 or 80%, at that point, it's there in the building.
Nope. It's there only for 40 years if it's under the 830G statute.
Oh, 830G, yeah. But sometimes there's other builders that have an affordability.
Yeah.
And if they're not under 830G, I actually just heard, I missed the beginning of the question.
No, he didn't ask about 830G, but the issue is, Bill, what kind of in other words, the first thing you have to know to answer the question is, how was the housing set aside? Because Helen is right. If it isn't 830G, maybe it is in perpetuity based upon what the town approved. Mm-hmm. But if it's 830G, it's only 40 years.
So 40, they have to keep it available for 40 years, you're saying?
Usually at a minimum, because those are the 830Gs, usually. Right, Helen?
Yeah, if it's an 830G.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about the 830G, but I thought there were some units that came off of that requirement after a very much shorter period of time.
They're not supposed to usually. They're not supposed to usually. Usually not.
The second part, I can very quickly.
And by the way, just so you know, under 830G, last year 400 units went to market that were formerly under affordable housing requirements because the 40 years had elapsed. So I have been an advocate. If you're going to do 830G, I think 40 years is way too short. That's my opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if you're a nonprofit, more than likely, if you're doing an 830G and it gets to over 40 years, that's your mission. You're going to change it and put it back on. But most landlords, if after the 40 years, they're not going to do that.
That's because they don't have to. Yeah. That's my point. That's why I think we have to change the law. Go ahead. Sorry, Bill.
But if they're doing a development, and in order to get that permission to do the development, they must provide some affordable housing. So it's not a non-for-profit project to begin with. It's a for-profit venture.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's where maybe there's a distinction, because under those circumstances, they agree to provide some affordable housing, but it's not 40 years. I'm almost certain of that.
Well, what I'm saying to you, Bill, is it all depends upon what the town allows them to do as a condition of giving them zoning approval. And and that's right. But usually the town will not make it just 10 years because that would be ridiculous.
Well, okay. I thought I heard that number bandied about. Last, if I can, very quickly, Section 8 housing in general, a safety net to help people that really need the help. I understand the concept of it. However, how does that affect the overall housing, cost of housing throughout, let's say, Fairfield County? Because but for the fact of Section 8 housing, there are so many people that could not pay the current rate. And the cost of housing, if you think of economics, it would have a shift in the curve, and the price of housing would come down for everyone. And it would be more affordable for everyone.
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that Section 8 makes that much of a difference in Connecticut in terms of saying what the market rate is? I would have to know more data about that, Bill, and I'll tell you why. It's my understanding that Section 8, frankly, is woefully inadequate, that these vouchers are few and far between, that the state only has like several thousand of them. They don't have hundreds of thousands of them. I don't agree with your conclusion that Section 8 distorts market, because I don't think there are enough Section 8 vouchers out there. But let me hear what Helen has to say. Helen, what do you think?
I think there's not enough Section 8 vouchers. And the only way that we can deal with a lot of people that have not enough money to live, they need those Section 8s. And the good thing about the Section 8 is a person pays 30% of their income. The more income they earn, the more they pay, and eventually they get off a voucher, and then that voucher recycles back into the system. We're constantly advocating for more Section 8s, RAP vouchers, project-based vouchers, any sort of voucher that brings affordability into a project or into scattered site housing. Without Section 8, we're in trouble. And I respectfully disagree that it's, with what I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but it seems to me that you think that it's not a good thing. And I believe that Section 8 is amazing, and I'm advocating with the state on a regular basis for more Section 8 vouchers to help us get people out of both shelters and people that are calling into the hub. Actually, I remember the address of the hub is 618 West Avenue in Norwalk.
Okay. Bill, thank you very much for the call. Thanks for your thoughtful thoughts on this. 203-333-9422. We've been chatting with Helen McAlinden, who is the leader of Homes with Hope, which is a leading nonprofit in the area of homelessness. You know, Helen, several years ago now, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I was able to announce on our radio show that Connecticut had done such unbelievable work in decreasing homelessness. We were one of the least homeless populations in the whole country at one time. And I don't know if that's true any longer, but I know that the cost of housing has just climbed over and above what most people's income has been able to keep up with it. So I'm imagining that, we have more homeless now than we used to, notwithstanding the fact that we had made great strides in this state in reducing the homeless population.
Yeah, you're right. Homelessness has gone up 45% last year, and it's growing. It's growing because of affordability. And if we don't have Section 8's project-based vouchers, the more affordable housing built, more we as nonprofit leaders all advocate together to build more affordable housing in our areas that we work. And without that, we're in real trouble. How are we going to, every day we see more elderly coming into our shelters. We have over 60% of shelters have an elderly population. There's nowhere for them to go. They can't afford on a fixed income. Social Security doesn't do it anymore. A lot of people don't have pensions. And we need to provide more housing for elderly, for everybody. But I'm very concerned about our elderly population.
Me too.
Very, very concerned.
Me too. And you're right, because this elderly is now coming of age where the pensions are largely not there anymore. We'll take one more question for you. Ricky from Stratford, you're on the air with Helen McAlinden of Homes with Hope. Go ahead, Ricky.
Hey, how you doing? I heard that you should probably summons different big cities in either New Haven, Waterbury, on all these Section 8 vouchers. There are quite a bit of Section 8 housing all over the place. The reason why I know is my friends all own rental properties, and they have almost all Section 8 housing in New Haven, Waterbury, Stratford, Stamford. So there is quite a bit of people on Section 8 at this time. I know for a fact because they rent to them.
Well, we're not saying there aren't a bunch of them, but I think, Helen, your point was that Helen's point of view is that she would like more. And I can tell you, I don't think in the suburban market that the existence of Section 8 vouchers distorts housing. What Bill was trying to say, he believes that because there's so many Section 8 vouchers, it's bringing up the cost of market rate housing because somehow landlords are taking Section 8s. But Section 8 basically makes up the difference between market rate and what someone can afford. The state comes in and pays the difference. So I don't see how that distorts the market rate because the market rate is the market rate. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
If anything, with the scattered housing, because there's a bunch of single-family homes, I would say that it would bring the neighborhood down. It wouldn't bring it up because a lot of times they're negligent on their part as far as taking care of the exterior.
All right, Ricky, thank you for that thought. I know a lot of people have that thought. Helen, I'll let you respond to that. Thank you for the call, Ricky.
That is a stigma that people, we want to see more houses and neighbourhoods with people with Section 8. And it's up to the landlord to maintain the outside of the house. And I think that it upsets me to hear that a Section 8 coming into a neighbourhood is going to affect the neighbourhood. I think that we need to have more Section 8s getting into and affordable housing getting into every neighbourhood. And the people that live in Section 8 housing care about their housing, care about their communities. And I think that, everybody is different. It may happen somewhere that a house is not maintained on a Section 8, but in majority of cases where I see, we have Section 8 scattered throughout Westport and Norwalk and all different parts of the state, and the houses look good.
We are chatting with Helen McAlinden, the leader of Homes with Hope, which is a leading housing agency. They have a place for diversion walk-in on West Avenue, 618 West Avenue in Norwalk, and they have a homeless shelter in Westport. And Helen kind of leads the way when it comes to advocating on behalf of our most vulnerable population. We have a few more people on hold. I'll get to as many calls as we can. Lou from Norwalk, you're up next. What is your question or comment for Helen?
Yes, hello for taking my call. Thank you. My question is, the Section 8 housing program, is that targeted for American citizens? American citizens only.
Helen, do you know the answer to that? I don't know the answer to that.
So my understanding is to have a Section 8, you can obviously have a green card and a citizenship, but undocumented will not be eligible for a Section 8.
Let me just tell you, Lou, I can tell you this from knowing somebody who has recently applied. The first thing they ask you, like front and center, they want your long form birth certificate, they want your driver's license, and this isn't even for Section 8. This is for like basic other affordable housing. That you're not, if you have any question about your status of being able to live here, you can't get access to any of these programs, full stop. You can't.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I mean, they really, if they could, they would take your name, rank, serial number, and your fingerprints. But they take everything about your status. They want your long-form birth certificate. That's it. So, yeah, just to let you know. Gloria from Westport. Gloria, you're on the air with Helen McAlinden. Hello, Gloria. Welcome.
Hello, Lisa. Quick question, not exactly about what you're talking about, but is there a number that you could give me? I have a lot of things I need to donate. I used to give to the Gillespie Center, but I have furniture like office desks. I have clothes. There's some food. There's a lot of things. I am cleaning out my house. Where can I call to find out whether these are things that they can use?
You can call me directly.
Oh, what
Gloria,
a nice thing.
Gloria, I'll give you my cell phone. It's 475
475
225
225
5292.
5292. And how do you spell your name?
Helen?
Just Helen. Helen is
Just
enough,
normal.
Gloria.
Okay,
It's enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. She sounds young, and today young people do not spell. I don't know if you guys find this to be true. Nobody spells their name normally anymore.
Okay, well, Helen
anyway,
is...
I'll let you go.
All right.
Thank you very much. You have
Thank you. Thanks, Gloria. Gloria is a sweetheart. And she calls frequently, Helen, and she's a good friend of the show. She actually became a personal friend of mine from being a caller to the show many, many years ago. And she lives in Westport, so she has things to give away. That's good.
I look forward to talking to Gloria. We definitely need things for the people that we serve.
And that's what I wanted to ask you. So let's talk about it, because you have these people, you help them on their way. Then what? Do they have a reservoir of money to have furnishings for their beautiful place? I mean, I'm just curious. Is there case management? What happens when you're able to get someone out of a shelter? Are their hands held for a while longer? What does that look like?
Well, people need help when they move into housing. So within our continuum of service of our agency, we help people with a new mattress, a new bed.
You do?
Yes, we do. We help people. We have different funds, and that's why we have so many wonderful people in Westport that donate to us. People like Gloria that have things that we will match up with a client that's in need.
Oh, that's wonderful to know. I didn't realize that myself. We have to get the word out.
Yeah, so we have 15 apartments coming up in Southport that are going to be in need of furniture, and it's going to be opening in about a month's time. And the people, I have 15 set-asides for the elderly, and we will be taking people from homeless shelters and getting them into this wonderful building, and they will need everything. A lot of times the people that live at our shelters just have a little bag or a box of clothes, and they don't have storage areas with stuff. So we will be in need of stuff, and I'm very excited that people are interested in donating to our agency, and I would love to see those 15 units filled with lovely things for the elderly that are coming out of homeless shelters.
How about, I have like some art, for example. There's X amount of wall space in my house, and over the years I've accumulated some very lovely paintings and things. Do you take stuff like that isn't utilitarian but is pretty?
Sure. Everybody likes a nice picture on
I
their
think
wall.
so, personally.
I do too. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Lisa,
I'll
be getting your pictures, hopefully.
You will be. I'm excited. I love to give things away. I have to tell you. There's this Facebook Marketplace thing which just lets you give stuff away every day. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm not the only one. People love to give their stuff away. My mother says you spend the first half of your life, first 50 years of your life collecting stuff, and the next 50 years giving it away. And she's now 92, and there's nothing left. She's got nothing left. She just loves to give it away. I always thought that was a great philosophy, right? Because you
wonderful.
do. You spend the first half of your life, I need this, I need that, I need this. And then you're like, do I really need all this stuff? No, I do not. Let somebody else have it. Anyway, Helen, it's a pleasure to get to know you.
Thank
I
you very
really
much.
thank you for the work that you're doing. It's rather heroic.
Thank you. I love my job. I love helping people as well. And there's nothing as rewarding as seeing somebody move into housing, especially somebody that has lived in a car, lived at a train station, has hit some hard times, or just somebody that has been struggling and being able to keep them in the home, that they're having a little bit of issues to get more income. Or
For the
whatever.
diversion piece. That's brilliant. Yeah. Homes with Hope, Helen McAlinden, thank you so much.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny, warm, and more humid the rest of this afternoon. Low to mid 80s. Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or a thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow near 90. There may be an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
Here's the story.
It's August 5th. Happy birthday to Maureen McCormick. Marsha on the Brady Bunch.
Marsha.
In 1983, the #1 movie at the box office, Risky Business, starring Tom Cruise in his underwear. In 2010, 33 Chilean miners became trapped 2,300 feet below ground for 69 days.
Now that they know it may be months till they see daylight, they're trying to keep their spirits up.
And in 2021, it was Tony Bennett's last ever performance on stage with Lady Gaga at Radio City Music Hall.
When that music comes on, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Anything goes.
August 5th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Ship traffic in the Strait of Hormuz down to a trickle due to ongoing hostilities between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump insisting a deal to reopen the critical waterway may be finalized this week. Iranian officials, meantime, say it's in talks with Oman for a joint agreement to create a new shipping path. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Morroy, says Iran holds the upper hand.
It just comes down to negotiations and what the U.S. is willing to concede or not concede, because it's obvious, I think, to all that the Iranians are going to keep control of the Strait of Hormuz unless they're forcibly basically pushed off that position. And that can only be done really by the U.S. military.
In London today, police arresting a woman in connection, they say, with a stabbing attack in Covent Garden. Police say 4 men were stabbed and say a pair of scissors were taken from the scene, a spokesperson calling it a mental health-related incident. The majority of ballots have been counted from yesterday's primary races in Michigan. ABC News projects progressive Dr. Abdul El-Sayed will win the Democratic Senate race in Michigan against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. ABC News political director Avery Harper says it's apparent that El-Sayed's message resonated.
But what it does say is that there is definitely a desire for an outsider candidate, someone who is espousing some of these progressive ideals. You know, I was on the ground in Michigan, and every time you go to a campaign event with Abdul El-Sayed, he begins with a very simple motto: getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
El-Sayed expected to face off against GOP Representative Mike Rogers in November's election. In Washington state, fire crews getting a break from those whipping winds and raging wildfires. Many residents now returning to their neighborhoods, though, finding little, if anything, left. You're listening to ABC News.
That'll be 84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Police in Houston are crediting automated license plate readers with helping track down suspects in the attempted robbery of a Loomis armored car Tuesday. The would-be robbers used bear spray on the armored guard.
Despite the extreme skin and eye irritation that bear repellent causes, the guard fired shots at the 3 teenagers who tried to rob him. The suspect sped away, but Houston Police Lieutenant Larry Croson says flock cameras tracked the white Mercedes to a car wash.
There were several people trying to get blood out of the back seat of the car, tampering with the evidence there. Those people are detained.
2 of the 3 suspects suffered non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. Croson says they're 15 and 16 years old. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
A morning rocket mission that went wrong, and now NASA and SpaceX officials say they're searching for a piece of that rocket they believe smashed into the moon. ABC's Rena Roy has details.
Astronomers say the rocket had dumped its remaining fuel and could not be controlled. Experts say based on mathematical calculations, the crash likely happened near the Einstein crater, creating an impact crater only visible up close. But they're still working on getting visual confirmation. NASA says it will use its lunar reconnaissance orbiter to try and spot the crater, but that could take time.
The head of the World Health Organization visiting the Democratic Republic of Congo as an Ebola outbreak continues. As of Monday, there are more than 3,800 cases confirmed across 5 of Congo's provinces. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The suspect charged in the crash that killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend last month allegedly admitted to prosecutors she did not have a driver's license. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez faces 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter and single counts of driving under the influence, traveling unreasonably fast, and failure to drive in the proper lane after the crash on July 13th on Sugar Hollow Road in Danbury. The Jeep Ramirez was driving slammed into a motorcycle driven by 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. Ramirez's blood alcohol level was 0.14, nearly twice the legal limit, and the arrest warrant said she also tested positive for marijuana. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security confirmed that she is the subject of an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detainer. When Ramirez appeared in Danbury Superior Court Tuesday, Danbury State's Attorney Stacey Miranda said that Ramirez admitted to police she did not have nor has ever had a driver's license, and the state would be adding an additional charge to reflect that. A city bus crash left one person injured in Bridgeport on Tuesday. 7 people were evaluated by medics after the two-vehicle crash near the intersection of Lindley Street and North Avenue. Bridgeport police are investigating the cause. No other information was immediately made available. An incoming UConn freshman, Olivia Vukosa, is leading Croatia at the U18 Eurobasket tournament in Sweden. Croatia lost 93-51 to Serbia on Monday, but Vukosa scored at 25 points, adding 14 rebounds and 2 steals. Croatia also lost their first 3 games of the tournament, despite Vukosa averaging 27 points and 16 rebounds per game while making 31 of 33 free throws. Vukosa is a 6'4" post player who grew up in New York but represents Croatia, where her grandparents grew up. Last year, she was the National High School Gatorade Player of the Year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, some patchy volume out of Stamford Greenwich. Still a few slow waves getting up into Westport, Southport. Construction Route 8, expect delays both directions. Seymour down through Ansonia, Derby. 95 in the Parkway for the most part okay into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Don't worry, we're here from the government. Yes, don't worry because we're here from the government. I'm sorry. Should I not be so gosh darn cynical when I open the program? I'm sorry. How are you? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And yet, another day happens where there's another twist and turn in this license plate reader story. And I know people get on my case and they write me text messages at 333-9422, talk or text. Oh, you're doing the license plate scanners again. Yes, because it's a big story. Get your head out of the sand. And now, the people that rule us in Hartford, they see an opening. Oh, yeah, they sniff an opening. They're going to come in, trotting in on their great white steed, and they're going to fix it for all the municipalities, just the way the dominant party in Hartford fixes a whole bunch of stuff. This from the Connecticut News Junkie, from a news release. I read this earlier today on Bob Duff's side. Mr. Duff, Democrat, Norwalk State Senate member. He is the state Senate majority leader. He's a very powerful legislative leader. So let's go over this, and let me give you my thoughts on this, and I'll be as serious as I possibly can because the cynic in me is having a tough time restraining himself. State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff, Democrat, Norwalk, and Milford, Democratic State Senator James Maroney, been on this program a lot. Not this program, I'm sorry, on this radio station. I know he's on with Melissa a lot. They are calling on cities and towns to voluntarily pause the installation of all new automated license plate readers and flock cameras. The Senate members plan to introduce legislation in 2027 to further strengthen privacy protections for residents and tighten how Connecticut regulates the technology. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? Now, we already have laws on the books. They were passed in the last session. But I'm sorry, I know, what's that thing about all good intentions, yada, yada, yada? I don't remember the rest of it. Maybe somebody could text me the all good intentions quote, because I sniff that here. And Bob Duff and Jim Maroney also plan to ask the Department of Emergency Services and Protection, get this, to survey every city and town in Connecticut for the number and location of flock cameras within their borders, giving the state and the public a clear picture of how far the technology is spread. You know what that also allows the ruling Democratic Party in Hartford to do? It's going to Bigfoot cities and towns into saying, well, you know, you've got a few too many of these cameras up in certain neighborhoods. What do you mean by that, Senator? Well, the underprivileged people. Folks, don't doubt me on this, because we heard the same slop when the speed camera law was passed. Remember that? And there are certain aspects of that law, if they were still in there, I assume they are, regarding how many cameras could be put up in certain census tracts, in certain neighborhoods, because of a certain number of, a minority representation and all that, if I remember this correctly. Don't think this is not going to happen with these plate readers also. Bob Duff, Jim Maroney also plan to ask the Department of Public Service, Public Protection, to survey every city and town in Connecticut for the number and location of flock cameras within its borders, giving the state, meaning the General Assembly, and the ruling Democrats, and the public a clear picture of how far the technology has spread, and also letting the criminals know exactly where these license plate readers are. The call comes as communities across the state raise questions about the reach that these cameras have and the surveillance they enable. Now, again, we already have laws on the books. We're starting this lunacy like, oh, my God, this is the Wild West. Now, while I mentioned to you previously that these laws need to be looked at and maybe fine-tuned, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater here, because I see a power grab. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, and I'll have to apologize to Messrs. Duff and Maroney. But this, to me, this doesn't pass my sniff test, my smell test. Connecticut already has enacted new rules on plate readers as part of a broader law on government accountability and federal immigration enforcement. See, this is the other thing, too. The leadership in Hartford is going to say, well, the people need to know. No. They also are getting a little antsy because, they don't want illegals caught. They'd rather have illegals killing police officers in this state and, with their girlfriends on motorcycles early in the morning. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I'm driving at here. There's always this spectrum of immigration and this and the other here. We already have a major act that was passed under Public Act 2614, which the state enacted this year. We already have rules on license plate readers as part of a broader law on accountability and federal immigration enforcement. The framework set a default retention period of 21 days, down from 30. They limited real-time and bulk access to the data unless tied to a documented case-specific request. So basically, they've already, to some extent, tied the hands of law enforcement on this. My gut feeling is here they want to tie it even more. Why else would they do this? Because they want to make certain people happy. Here's what I think on this. Let the cities and towns handle it. They're having meetings. They're having comment on this. Hartford has already passed a tightening of the information. It was 30 days. We've tightened it to 21. We can only share the data with Massachusetts, with Rhode Island, and with New York. We cannot share it with ICE. We cannot share it with the feds if they're looking for a woman who went to have an out-of-state abortion. That's already on the books. What more is Hartford going to do? I don't want our state government telling individual cities and towns what they can do here. It's none of their business. It is none of your business. Until and unless a federal court says, hey, these databases are patently illegal, they patently violate the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution against unreasonable search and seizure. All right, if that happens, fine. I've been saying that. I think I'm pretty consistent on that. But here's everybody glomming onto this, trying to look like a hero, when the process is working. And come on, you don't mean to tell me. Come on, let's be honest here. Please. Everybody in Hartford at one time or another wants to look like a hero. Well, we sure clamped down on those license plate readers. Wait a minute, you already did it once. You took the limit as to when they could hold the data from 30 days down to 21 days. What are you going to make it 14? Are you trying to obstruct the police? Because that's what this is going to turn into here. This is going to become a big cause for the CCLU, the ACLU, the NAACP. There are too many minority drivers being stopped. We don't want these cameras in neighborhoods. And this is the first step. Am I sitting here saying that Hartford should not have an eye on this? No, I'm not saying that at all. But you already passed, it's right here in the release, Public Act 26-14, which is already in effect. Why are you rushing into this? We had a bunch of police in an editorial piece the other day illustrating how useful these license plate readers. But I'm telling you, I really think the more I look at this and study this, folks, I'm telling you, maybe you agree with me or not, I think there are people who would rather crime take place than have these license plate readers. Are you one of those? You tell me.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Looking for furniture without the big box headaches? Shop local at Spector Furniture in Ansonia, where you've been treated like family, not just another customer, for 136 years. Personalized service and quality furniture built to last. No pressure, no gimmicks, just hometown service you can trust. Discover the Spector difference today on Main Street in Ansonia. Spector Furniture, where quality, comfort, and family come together. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
If you have troublesome trees on your property, that doesn't mean they necessarily have to come down. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is why I love the free tree risk assessment by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They'll come out, and in minutes, they can see if a tree needs a little more attention.
You have the trees that look pretty good, and they just need a little bit of pruning or some bracing. There's some cabling and some things that we can do to trees just to prevent failure in storms or even day to day.
Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment today.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity, Bankers Life. The call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Listen for the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide weekdays. Get the scoop on some of Connecticut's biggest concerts this season. Duchess Restaurants, fresh food served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 in the Parkway, some patchy volume out of Stamford Greenwich. Still a few slow waves getting up into Westport, Southport. Construction Route 8, expect delays both directions. Seymour down through Ansonia, Derby. 95 in the Parkway for the most part okay into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The broadcast leader for Connecticut for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So a couple of major legislators, State Senate Democratic Majority Leader Bob Duff of Norwalk, Republican, check that, Democratic State Senate member Jim Maroney of Milford, teaming up together in a news release earlier today saying, hey, they are asking, now they don't have any legal authority to force this, but they are asking cities and towns to hold off on any more further expansion of these license plate readers. They call them flock cameras. Again, Flock is just one of the companies that do this. There are 5 or 6 of them all around the country. And a lot of places are doing this, more and more all around the country. There are thousands of these cameras because the cops like them. The cops cannot have, officers on the street running around looking for suspects before they develop a timeline as to, who they may be looking for. Now, am I sitting here and saying the state should not keep an eye on what's going on? No, of course not. I'm not saying that. But we just passed a law. We just passed and just enacted a law. So if you remember, the General Assembly already cracked down on this. Under Public Act 2614, Connecticut set new rules on license plate readers as part of a broader accountability project. The default retention period is only 21 days, down from 30. All right, so we already cut a week off of how the material can be retained, and that's, I guess, a week less than cops will be able to easily access this stuff. The state already restricted real-time bulk access to the data unless tied to a documented case-specific request. You can't share it with immigration and ICE. You can't do it for reproductive care. All that is fine. Can we see how that works first before opportunistic politicians come swooping in there and saying, I'm going to be the great white steed here? And I'm not saying that anybody in Hartford, Democrat or Republican, shouldn't be watching this, but pump the brakes here. This is not 1984. This is not George Orwell. Will everybody calm down? (203-333-9422) 333-WICC. Can everybody just calm the freak down? Let's wait for some federal court rulings. If cops are doing the wrong things with this data, you do what has been done to police all around the country. You fire them, you discipline them, and fire them and prosecute them. That's it. Well, you just love big government? No. Me, a big government guy? Really? But I like common sense. I tend to be into common sense every so often. And I don't take a Google University law degree and suddenly say, well, these are patently unconstitutional, and maybe not. Meantime, police all around the state are using these systems to solve crimes. Like the alleged murder of an elderly man in Milford the other day. Like the fact that some idiots tore up a big field at Cheshire High School. They were dumb enough to have their vehicles in the field of sight of a license plate camera. Oh, guess what? The cops were able to find them. They didn't come after you. They didn't come after you because you made a bad right turn somewhere. They went after criminals.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound delays out of New Canaan into Norwalk. Left lane accident by exit 15. That's the old exit 38. Further north, a little bit of company on the Fairfield side. No major problems on 95. Doing good out of Stamford up through Darien. A little bit of company into Westport, exit 17 to 19. Police activity, Route 7 in Wilton, northbound up by School Street getting into Branchville. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
What if one classroom could change the future of an entire city? At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, that's exactly what's happening. The Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is bringing hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math to 28 Bridgeport public schools, inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents and become tomorrow's innovators. Because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? You know, navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so Bob Dove, State Senate Majority Leader, Senate Democratic Leader, and Jim Maroney, Democratic Senator from Milford, often guest on the Melissa in the Morning program here at WICC. They're asking cities and towns to call a timeout as far as the installation and flipping the switch here on any more new license plate cameras here, because they may want to increase protections. See, that's where I'm sorry, gentlemen, if you're listening. You know, and by the way, somebody said me that quote that I couldn't get out. We'll go and get into that in just a second. But what's that saying about good intentions, huh?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is waiting for a full Senate vote on his nomination to become permanent AG, weighed in on the president's criticism over U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro after she dropped vandalism charges related to the torn reflecting pool liner at the Lincoln Memorial. Blanche did not address the specific case, but defended Pirro's jobs in the nation's capital.
Judge Pirro is doing a great job, and our city, Washington, D.C., is a lot safer in no small part to her effort and the prosecutor's efforts that she works with.
President Trump says a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is close without offering details if the U.S. and Iran are holding talks. Iranian officials say they're in talks with Oman on a joint agreement on controlling ship traffic. Russia carried out missile and drone attacks in Ukraine's capital, killing at least 17 in Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky now calling for allies to help against Russia's aggression. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The City of Stamford has announced that it will start rolling out speed enforcement cameras starting in September. Mayor Caroline Simmons announced this week that there will be 14 cameras in 7 school zones across the city. The Board of Representatives passed an ordinance allowing the cameras in April of 2024. When the cameras go operational, they will begin with a 45-day warning period. After that, tickets will be issued to drivers going 11 miles per hour or more over the posted speed limit. Speed cameras will be located on streets around the following schools: Clunan Middle School, Springdale Elementary School, Dolan Middle School, and Toquam Elementary School, Stamford High School, Julia A. Stark Elementary School, K.T. Murphy Elementary School, and Strawberry Hill School. The city of Bridgeport does not have plans to install any speed enforcement cameras of their own. City staff identified at least 10 hazardous high-profile intersections where the cameras could be of use and held an information session with members of the City Council's Public Safety Committee. However, 6 months later, no progress has been made, and a representative from Mayor Joe Ganem's office has confirmed that the City Council has not revisited the topic. Concerns include public reservations and complete opposition to use of the cameras. Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Mayor Joe Ganem, Constance Vickers, said the outrage in Milford and Fairfield over their camera use has also led to a stall in the process. A second suspect is in custody in connection to a deadly Milford home invasion. Milford police say 24-year-old Ivan Barrios Floriman of the Bronx was arrested on Tuesday with help from the U.S. Marshals Service. He is facing murder charges and is being held in New York City, awaiting extradition to Connecticut. Investigators say he was one of 2 men that entered a home on June 3rd around 3 a.m. and shot a man and a woman multiple times. The man was identified as 69-year-old Frederick Warner, who was pronounced dead at the scene. A new study shows that more than 500,000 residents in Connecticut are food insecure. Connecticut Food Share says the rate of food insecurity in the state has more than doubled to 15% after coming in at 7% last year. It also found more than 130,000 children are among those facing food insecurity. The organization held a food distribution event in Bloomfield on Tuesday where dozens of people lined up for assistance. The state has approved a new $8.5 million program to supplement people who lost access to SNAP benefits because they could not meet newly enacted federal eligibility standards. Governor Ned Lamont and DSS Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves held a news conference Tuesday to announce the funding.
So we know that probably at the end of this month, we will expect close to 30,000 people to fall off of SNAP, having lost their benefits because of the changes that happened in H.R. 1 and that law that passed last July. We are only one of a handful of states who have actually stepped forward, thanks to Governor Ned Lamont, to make sure that people do not fall into the abyss of hunger that is inevitable with these law changes.
Governor Ned Lamont announced today that Connecticut's minimum wage will be rising to $17.48 per hour beginning in January of 2027, an increase from the 2026 rate of $16.94 per hour. The change is required under a state law Lamont enacted in 2019 that mandates the minimum wage receive annual adjustments at the start of every calendar year based on economic indicators from the prior fiscal year. The law is designed to ensure that as the economy grows, the minimum wage grows with it. The Middletown-Portland Railroad Bridge is receiving $87 million for a major rehab project. The bridge has been serving as a freight line since the early 1900s and is featured in the Billy Joel music video for River of Dreams. Connecticut Department of Transportation officials say they are going to evaluate the whole structure to make sure that it will last for the next generation. Planners say the state-funded project to improve the bridge is expected to start by late 2028. Engineers are hoping to increase its load-carrying capacity and modernize its mechanical and electrical systems. And the proposed $127 million soccer stadium on Bridgeport's east side may now give way to a broader vision for the site. The Bridgeport Economic Development Corporation, also known as BEDCO, is asking the state to redirect $12 million in previously approved cleanup funding to transform the former Shoreline Star property into a multi-use community sports complex featuring indoor and outdoor athletic facilities, along with plans for housing, retail space, and public waterfront access. Supporters say the project could become a year-round destination for youth sports and community events after the original stadium proposal lost state funding earlier this year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Northbound Parkway, some delays getting out of New Canaan. We did have some road work near the New Canaan Rest and an accident just about wrapped up by exit 15 and 16. That's the old exit 38 Norwalk, New Canaan line. Some company further north on the Fairfield side of the no exit zone. Delays by the Route 8 ramps. Southbound Route 8, we have construction delays out of Ansonia into Derby. 95's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk. Slowing in pockets through Westport, Fairfield, Southport. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, get back to the phones momentarily. My friend Andy in Essex is hanging on. Andy, but first, this happens every so often. I have to get the big voice guy and a big intro here because every so often, see, this isn't a regular feature of the show, but every so often, I have to do another edition of Chris Reads the News, because when Chris reads the news, I'll be puttering around and looking for stuff to talk about and checking stuff for our listeners, and I'll hear a little in something he reads. We have to discuss that. Chris, if you can go back to your award-winning newscast from just a few minutes ago and pick the story about Mayor Caroline Simmons, friend of the radio station here, of course, in the morning with Melissa, and her ascertainment. What's going to be happening in her little cozy little town there?
It came out actually in the form of a press release that I got in an email. So it says the city of Stamford has announced it will be rolling out speed enforcement cameras starting in September.
Okay, now hold it. Starting in September, right? Mm-hmm. So that would be 1 month
little less than 30 days.
Little less than 30 days. Okay, so you folks, you hear this in Stamford? I'm appealing to the... Jeez, when did that happen? So we're starting a month early. Okay, Chris, continue, please.
I already know where you're going with this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Mayor Simmons announcing this week there will be 14 cameras.
Okay, let's hold on a second now. 1, 2, 3. 14 cameras. They didn't tell me there'd be this many cameras. We're telling you right now, Toots. 14. Continue, please.
In 7 school zones throughout the city.
7 school zones. So do the math. That's probably 2 cameras a zone for 7 school zones. I'm doing this just to make sure that you don't walk around like a mouth breather in a month and a half going, when did this happen, honey? Go ahead, Chris.
The Board of Representatives passed an ordinance in April of 2024 allowing the cameras.
April of 2024. So they okayed this stuff 2 years, April, May, June, July.
More than 2 years.
So 2.25 years ago, this was passed. For all you people that are going to sit there going, geez, when did this happen? It's 2 years and 4 months. Continue, sir.
When the cameras go operational, they will begin with a 45-day warning period.
A month and a half. So you've got a month and a half to get caught. If you don't see the signage or whatever is legal by or is wanted by law, and then if you screw up because you're not paying attention at all, you have a month and a half to learn where these are. That's what they make Post-it notes for in your car. Do not drive here. The cameras are here. Go ahead, sir.
After that, tickets will be issued to drivers going 11 miles per hour or more over the posted speed limit.
All right. So, and thank you, Chris. We appreciate the time there. Chris Williams in the News Center and the News Hub. So you heard that. So starting in a little bit, you're going to have 45 days to know where these cameras are. This was approved, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, even though it sounds like it. But I know invariably there are going to be people calling this radio station, calling me, calling Melissa, calling Lisa, calling the weekend people and saying, hey, what's up with these Stanford cameras? Well, if you were paying attention, they told you about this 2 years ago plus. And they're telling you where the speed cameras are going to be. So in another couple of months, once these things are up and running, you have less than zero credibility if you say, geez, I didn't know. When did this happen?
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound, still some late running construction in New Canaan by the New Canaan Restwood. Minor delays. Northbound slows in through New Canaan. We had an earlier accident by exit 16, Norwalk, New Canaan line. A little bit slow on the Fairfield side. 95 slows in through Norwalk, passing Route 7. Hit or miss company, Fairfield Westport. Southbound Route 8 still slow with construction out of Ansonia into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Where we start the program with this. State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff, Democrat Norwalk, very powerful guy, teaming up with Democrat Jim Maroney of Milford earlier today in a news release that went out to a bunch of places saying, hey, can cities and towns stop putting up these cameras until we get together in the General Assembly? Now, look, if cities and towns want to stop doing this, that's fine. Do not do it because of what the General Assembly said. I'm telling you, don't do it. And like somebody just texted me, the phrase I was looking for was the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you very much. Just flew out of my mind here before I could remember. Yeah, don't do that because Hartford, there's already restrictions passed by Hartford. You know what they want to do? At least my guess is the Democratic majority in Hartford, and I know some Republicans are against this too, but they don't count. Sorry. Listen. They want to further they what they will do, because they've already done it on data retention or whatever. Their goal, and they will never admit this, they want to restrict police. They do. Let's. In fact, Andy, hang on. I want to go to this because the irony is just delicious in there. There's a phrase in this news release. Jim Maroney said, quote, when we see towns rejecting these cameras and questioning whether they need this kind of surveillance at all, that tells us the public is ahead of the law. Really, Senator? So in your town of Milford, we had the APLRs used, by the way, Police Chief Mello says, to help snag this alleged gunman who, in a home invasion, killed a 69-year-old man and critically wounded his 69-year-old wife. So the chief is saying the cameras helped in apprehending him. It's a help, I understand. So if you have people in Milford who would be against the cameras, are they ahead of the curve and not helping police get people like that off the street? I don't quite understand the public is ahead of the law. Most of the public in this state still wants the death penalty. Why aren't they being listened to on that? But we have to listen to them on these cameras, yet back in the days of Governor Dan Malloy, I'm sorry, still wondering if he's lying about the budget. Back in the Dan Malloy days, 60-something% of the people wanted the death penalty still in this state, but no, Democrats got rid of it. So were they not ahead of the law on that, I wonder, back then? Or most people think a cop should be able to pull somebody over if they think they're smoking marijuana. You can't do that in Connecticut, but most people think you should. Who's ahead of who, the law or the state in that, I would ask the good legislators. Andy's with us. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Coach.
Yeah.
If these powerful people would spend 10% of the energy they spend in defending crime to prevent crime, then we wouldn't need cameras. 1889, some Scottish guy invented the electric drill. For 137 years, we've been buying electric drills.
Yeah.
We don't want drills. We want holes.
Yeah.
We don't want speed cameras and license plates readers. We want the law enforced. Primary reason I moved out of Derby because I wanted to be closer to my kids up here.
Okay, yeah.
The second reason, Paul, I was just getting sick and tired of people speeding and running red lights. I called the police. They kind of, whatever. I called the mayor. The mayor had the number 2 guy in the police call me.
All right.
And he said, pal, I'm with you.
Yeah.
We arrest them, and the liberal prosecutors dismiss it.
Yeah.
Start keeping the law. We won't have to worry about speeding cameras. And thank God for the license plate reader that caught these two, whatever, in New York somewhere, probably getting warmed up to do it again.
Yeah. No.
Look, do we want crime? I mean, to me, that's how I'm starting to interpret it. We want crime at any cost because criminals vote for us. It keeps us in power. That's how I'm interpreting it.
Andy, thank you, my friend. Good point to end with. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look. Here's a story that you may have heard at the top of the hour on ABC. An armored truck guard had to shoot 2 teen suspects in Houston after they sprayed him with bear spray during an attempted robbery outside a check cashing business. Police tracked the getaway vehicle using a, drum roll please, using a license plate reader to an area car wash. They sent cops over. They arrested the suspects who were trying to scrub blood off the car thanks to a license plate reader. So I'm sorry. I respect people who don't want them, but there's got to be a balance somewhere. To me, you don't get rid of them. I'm sorry. I've had people yell at me in person, yell at me on the air, yell at me on Facebook, whatever. Oh, yeah. And by the way, yes, yesterday, another one. I got called a bootlicker yesterday. Again, this is like 5 or 6 times in the past. I'm starting to take this as a medal of honor, as a badge of honor. I am. Yes, because I simply said, well, what about the fact that the cops can solve crimes with this? Oh, what's your favorite flavor, bootlicker? Oh. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Listen. I understand if you have misgivings about the data and whatever. I get that. I understand. We can work that out. But here comes Bob Duff and Jim Maroney again, maybe with all good intentions, saying, well, let this say we need to act in Hartford. No. Don't act in Hartford. No. Let the cities and towns argue it out. Because, look, maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm being jaded, and I apologize to these two gentlemen, but all I sniff is a chance to pander in Hartford. Seriously. And we're going to hear, well, there's an overabundance of them in certain low-income neighborhoods, and they're unfairly targeting this and that. You know it's going to happen. Once again, this is a state. This is how screwed up we are. And thank God for our police officers, our men and women who are doing the best they can, keeping Connecticut's crime rate relatively low. But this is a state where the General Assembly actually passed a law that says a police officer cannot go investigate if somebody is driving and smoking a joint. I kid you not. And we're worried about license plate readers. I told you, it happened to me 3 times in the past month and a half. 3 people got in next to me. Once it was at the mall, a couple of times at a convenience store, lit up a big fatty and drove away. One of them shot me a look because I'm like, you're really going to do that and drive? Unreal. Joe in Bridgeport. Joe, how are you? What's up?
So since you've been beating the flock camera to death, are you going to talk about how Bridgeport won't put any in? Because there's no criminals. There's no criminals in Bridgeport.
Yeah, they backed away. They backed away on the speed cameras. They're not going to do it. Are you really surprised?
Yeah.
Who's surprised on that?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, the mayor's a criminal, ex-convict. The police chief's an ex-convict. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, you should be beating that to death. If you're going to beat the camera thing to death every single day on your show, you should beat it to death that these criminal cities that actually have criminals,
hey Joe,
that actually criminalize and victimize the taxpayers of Bridgeport.
Yeah.
You should talk about it.
And we've been talking about Bridgeport for 10 years. How much has it changed?
But beat it to death. Beat it to death every day.
Yeah,
maybe there is some change.
No.
Maybe so that hardworking people don't get victimized on a daily basis.
Listen,
I mean, honestly.
Listen, and Joe, thank you for the call. Listen, the people of Bridgeport have a good opportunity. And Joe, thank you for the call. And I don't consider me beating the license plate reader thing to death when it's front page news and on just about every TV outlet around here. This is a big deal. We have people who want to get rid of a technology that's keeping, in many instances, the streets safer. Not every time. It's not a foolproof technology. I'm not saying that. But here you have police releasing a list the other day that was in an editorial, finding elderly people who went the wrong way with the mental infirmities, finding somebody who was dumping medical waste on the side of a road, finding other criminals there alleged and proven. And people said, no, we can't have that. Well, why? Well, because it's 1984 and it's George Orwell. That's why I beat it to a bloody death.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, still some late running construction in New Canaan by the New Canaan Restwood. Minor delays. Northbound slows in through New Canaan. We had an earlier accident by exit 16, Norwalk, New Canaan line. A little bit slow on the Fairfield side. 95 slows in through Norwalk, passing Route 7. Hit or miss company, Fairfield Westport. Southbound Route 8 still slow with construction out of Ansonia into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Still using the I got a guy approach for your digital marketing? Relying on one person in today's rapidly shifting online landscape is costing you more in lost opportunities. You need the deep bench expertise of Conrex Digital. We provide more than just a presence. We deliver results. From high converting websites and SEO to engaging social content and lead generation on Google and Meta, we handle it all. Dominate your competition with expert programmatic and streaming TV campaigns. Bold marketing, real results. Visit conrexdigital.com. Conrex Digital makes it happen.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Waking up to a beautiful view, card games at the breakfast table, and building a campfire with Dad.
All right, hand me that piece of wood. Not that one. I don't like the looks of that. No. No.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, a few people yelling at me in the question of the day, a few people yelling at me on the text message as well and online. That's fine. Come on in. Have fun. I don't think we have any of that. What's that thing that makes you violently ill that they got from lettuce or whatever? There's none of that here. A lot of chlorine chugging away, shock and all that. All the chemicals being used here. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. But I got this release. I saw this on Facebook today. It was been picked up by a bunch of news outlets here. State Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Bob Duff of Norwalk, and State Senator Jim Maroney, Democrat Milford. They want cities and towns to voluntarily, there's no weight of law behind this, but they want cities and towns in the state to voluntarily pause the installation of all new automated license plate readers and flock cameras. They're going to introduce a bill in 2027 to strengthen privacy protections, even though a new law is just taking effect now. So what are we rushing to unless we are maybe pandering, maybe?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran not waning. President Trump, though, voicing optimism that a deal, he says, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come this week. Sources, meantime, tell ABC News Iran remains the prime suspect in a growing number of states dealing with water facility cyber attacks. ABC's Aaron Katursky has details.
We just heard in the last couple of hours from the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security that 2 municipal water systems in the state were affected by these hacks. New Jersey did not name the municipal water systems, probably because they don't want to cause any panic, because they say customers had uninterrupted access to their drinking water.
Russia carrying out air attacks in Ukraine's capital overnight again, killing at least 17 in Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky, hosting UK's new defense minister, urged allies to help stop Russia's aggression.
This night, again, there is a signal before the winter. We think that we need unanimity and we need strong support from your country and from all other European friends.
In Germany, U.S. officials were told authorities found a drone fitted with explosive devices and a detonator near a Ukrainian cargo aircraft at the Leipzig airport. The airport has been the target of multiple suspected Russian sabotage ops. Ohio Congressman Max Miller continuing to deny domestic abuse allegations from several accusers, including his ex-wife. ABC's Rachel Scott has more on Republican reaction.
There's no chance that I'm removing myself from this race.
The family scandal erupting into full view on Capitol Hill. President Trump has publicly stood by Miller, a former close aide. But Miller says the president raised concerns about whether he could win re-election. Many Republicans silent. We tried asking Senator John Husted, who also represents Ohio.
Do you believe that Miller should resign? Are you calling on him to get out of the race? Why aren't you commenting?
Yesterday, the House Ethics Committee formally announced an investigation into Miller for alleged domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
In Washington state, a suspected arsonist behind the Old Trails fire is in custody and facing charges. Dangerous wildfires continue to burn, but fire crews are beginning to get a break from conditions as weather improves. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore says that's providing some good news for residents in the Pacific Northwest and Rockies dealing with unhealthy air quality.
Specifically up towards Seattle, Spokane, we got a lot of cloud coverage over the past couple of days. Winds became calmer, temperatures dropped a bit. And so this gave firefighters a fighting chance at fighting these fires. Meanwhile, some of the stronger winds and dry conditions persisted in places like Medford, Aspen, Colorado. As a result, we have red flag warnings in place for those areas.
In Massachusetts, the trial for Lindsay Clancy in its 7th day. The mother is accused of strangling her 3 children in 2023. Attorneys for Clancy argue she suffered from postpartum psychosis and did not receive adequate care. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer has more.
The witness described 4 different drugs that fell into these categories of being antipsychotic, antidepressants, or anti-anxiety. And for those groups of drugs, the witness said that they had slightly elevated levels, but nothing that was alarming. But for one drug, Seroquel, this witness said that it was double the amount that you would suspect, but still the amount of Seroquel within her system was not at a toxic or lethal level.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 19-year-old man from New York is accused of stealing a check intended for the IRS. Detectives in Norwalk were alerted in January that a $53,000 check was fraudulently altered and deposited into the suspect's bank account. They obtained search warrants and coordinated with multiple financial institutions to retrieve records and track the money to 19-year-old Ashton Artis of Auvergne, New York. On Monday, Artis was extradited from Rikers Island to the Norwalk Police Department, where he was charged with larceny and forgery. He is set to appear in court on August 17th. Police are charging a Norwalk man with selling crack cocaine and heroin. Norwalk police say 40-year-old Maurice Pickett was taken into custody on Monday by the department's tactical response team. Pickett had 4 warrants out for his arrest, and he was also charged with violating his probation. The Norwalk Police Department is asking anyone with information regarding narcotics trafficking to contact officers. Hartford Healthcare is raising awareness about the growing number of preventable maternal deaths, saying more support is needed for mothers before, during, and after pregnancy. At a discussion marking National Breastfeeding Month, doctors, advocates, and state officials highlighted the importance of access to prenatal care, mental health services, and postpartum resources, noting that more than 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are considered preventable. They say improving care for both mothers and newborns can save lives and create healthier families across the state. And the Middletown-Portland Railroad Bridge is receiving $87 million for a major rehab project. The bridge has been serving as a freight line since the early 1900s and is featured in the Billy Joel music video for River of Dreams. Connecticut Department of Transportation officials say they are going to evaluate the whole structure to make sure that it will last for the next generation. Planners say the state-funded project to improve the bridge is expected to start by late 2028. Engineers are hoping to increase its load-carrying capacity and modernize its mechanical and electrical systems. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction cleared in New Canaan. Northbound still a little bit heavy getting into Route 7 in Norwalk. We had an earlier accident by exit 16. Starting to build into Westport. 95 is a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk slowing a little bit. Westport into Southport. Southbound Route 8 still a little bit heavy. Ansonia to Derby with late running construction. Northbound Route 8 looks good. No problems 95 at the Parkway into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, it's hour number 2. Man, if you loved hour number 2 or hour number 1, even if you hated it, we're back with 3 more big hours right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online at voiceofct.com. Coming up a bit later on, 5 o'clock hour, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, 4 o'clock hour. One of our friends, Dr. Jeff Gordon, going to be talking about these license plate readers as well. Do you remember, what was it? Oh, God, I've said this numerous times. As we get into FanDuel and DraftKings and Bet Rivers and all these betting platforms, right? What did I always say? That if given the opportunity, there will be people who will bet on Connecticut politics. Remember I said that? And I was kind of half kidding but half serious and saying that, how would you set a line in Connecticut politics or whatever, plus or minus so many thousand votes, maybe a money line, something like that. Well, guess what's happened? Now, you've probably heard not necessarily about these legitimate sports betting operations. Again, Caesars, MGM, Bet Rivers, Bet365, the casinos here in Connecticut, DraftKings, FanDuel, right? You've heard about those. But have you seen these prediction markets? And I explained this to you about a year ago. There are two of the big, I guess there's 4 or 5 sites now. The two main ones are Kalshi, K as in Kitty, ALSHI, Kalshi and Polymarket. And the way I guess these have been able to operate is you don't bet against the house. In other words, you're not betting against a point spread or an over-under or a money line. You're not doing that. You're betting against what other people in your betting group think. So it's kind of like a card game. There's no, like a poker game. You're not playing against a dealer per se, Vegas or casino style. You're playing against everybody else. Well, interesting story here by our friends at Connecticut Public Media here. Did you see this? It's in the Connecticut Mirror. There are people, I guess, betting on the outcome of the primary. In particular, because there's no Republican primary, that's an easy pick. You go with Josh Elliott, you go with Ryan Fazio, and I'm pretty sure you're going to win. But what did I tell you? And just in jest, but actually in truth, what did I tell you about a year and a half ago, saying if you gave people the opportunity to bet on Connecticut politics, a lot of people would. As blue or as non-red as it is, a lot of people would. More than 100, it says in this story here in the Connecticut Mirror from Connecticut Public here, more than $100,000 is on the line next Tuesday. People who bet on Connecticut politics. You can do this, I guess, quasi-legally on Polymarket and Kalshi. More than $100,000 is on the line next Tuesday, and more bets may be placed. More than half of that money, so a bit over $50,000, is being bet on the primary for the governor's seat, Ned Lamont, the two-term incumbent, v. challenger Josh Elliott. In the state's first House district, and again, CD1, that's a Congressional District 1, the greater Hartford area, which is an amazing race. 4 people in there with 4 distinct constituencies. At last check in this story, round about $40,000 has been bet on this. Now, we're kind of late to all this. I mean, they've been betting on politics in the UK and in other parts of the world for years here. But see, I just wanted to point this out and ask you, by the way, have you, knowing that you can do this now, maybe I've let the cat out of the bag. I'm sorry. My apologies for reading this story in the Connecticut Mirror. But would you bet on Connecticut politics? Because I guess you can, and don't take my word for this, but if people are betting on the Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott contest, I would assume the overwhelming amount of money has to be going down on Governor Ned Lamont, wouldn't you think? I mean, if you're betting an upset here, you're actually betting this or wagering this on Kalshi or on Polymarket, are you doing this on the Josh Elliott side? I mean, that's like a lottery ticket. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, the state of New York, it points out here in the story, they sued Kalshi last week. They accused the company of running an illegal gambling organization. How about that, huh? Would you lace somebody, if you knew this was legal? Because a lot of people won't do this because they're like, oh, geez, I don't want to get nailed here because then the feds will really have my information a lot more than a license plate reader. And then I'll be in trouble, and then there's going to be a knock at the door. The feds are coming. But if you knew it was all on the up and up and up, would you bet on politics? Huh? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I have to look this up on the break to see the betting here of Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott and whether or not there's real money on that. I guess there is. All right. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Let's go to my old hometown, Pistol Waving, New Haven. Bill in New Haven. Bill, how are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm all right, Bill. I'm hanging out. I'm feeling good. What do you got from New Haven?
I don't know. I live in the Chinese now.
Yeah?
Where the hell up Mansfield Street? Where the hell up here? Hey, it's just quiet.
Now, wait a minute. Where? No, wait. Tell me where you are again in the city. Where'd you move to?
Well, they got me out of that building because there's dead bodies. They got me out of that.
Jeez. Yeah.
Went to a chapel.
Now, what's
they found another dead body down there? How come the news isn't reporting it?
Well, there's only so much time, Bill. So what's your address now? What street are you on?
I'm on Mansfield Street with the Chinese. I live with the gutters there.
All right.
You got 2 bus stops. Hey, leave the basketball guy alone. If he goes to jail, Mr. Basketball.
If who goes to jail?
Yeah, Fifth Amendment guy.
Oh,
everybody's calling Mr. Basketball.
Mr.
So if he goes to jail anyway, he's going to go to federal. Everybody's playing bocce all day.
Well, that's what us Italians do, Bill. That's what we do.
Well, whatever. Polacks do it too. Whatever. Anyway,
Bill?
No. We got to keep old Ned in there.
You like Ned. You're a big Ned guy. I know that. You like Ned.
Ned Flanders. Yeah, because the other idiot's going to raise taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Bill, but it's good to
keep old Ned in there because he's got 80. He's going to raise the taxes, you know?
Yeah. All right, Bill.
Yeah.
All right, you okay? I just want to make sure you're all right. You all right?
I'm kicking. I'm still kicking, brother.
All right, Bill. All right, brother. Bill in New Haven. Still kicking. It's a good thing. We haven't heard from Bill in a while, but he's still rocking and rolling.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut,
Thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. PPCalarms.com.
WICC contests are open to Connecticut residents only that are 18 years of age or older. For complete contest rules, visit voiceofct.com and click on contest rules at the bottom of the page.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a little bit heavy getting out of New Canaan into Norwalk by exit 16 thanks to an earlier accident and some construction that's now cleared. Northbound on the Parkway into Westport on the slow side. Not too bad on the Fairfield side. 95's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk. Slowing Westport into Southport. Route 8, Derby, Shelton looking okay. Construction cleared southbound Route 8 through the valley. Eastbound 84 building into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We don't make it to 100 without you. Thank you for listening to the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
So before we go back to the phones here, I did go on Kalshi and Polymarket. And believe it or not, yes, see, folks, I was ahead of the curve. But yet, I'm too scared to ever put my money where my ideas are. No, really, I am. On Polymarket, you go to polymarket.com, you can actually bet. And I'm not telling you to do this. I'm not telling you what to do with your mortgage money or your fund money. But you could go and actually bet on Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott. Now, so far on Polymarket, for some reason, there's been about $37,000 bid on the race. 22,000 of that for Ned Lamont. Josh Elliott's getting 15,000. The odds or the algorithm, there is no odd maker at these things. It gives Ned Lamont a 98.5% chance to defeat Josh Elliott. So Josh Elliott's got a 1.5% chance. So if he wins, you can make money, but again, it's about 98-2 here or 99-1. That's on Polymarket. On Kalshi, Ned Lamont, similar odds. He's a 98-2 favorite to win. You could buy futures on that. And Kalshi actually lets you buy, you can pick the margin of victory in the upcoming upcoming election, in the upcoming primary or the general election. Right now, the favorite is Democrats plus 14. So there you go. But listen, I'm not telling you what to bet on or who to bet on or whether to use Kalshi or Polymarket. Just letting you know if you say, hey, I still like this Josh Elliott guy. Why don't I vote for pick him? You can. And speaking of prediction markets, Mark in New Haven is back to join us. Mark, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul, what's going on? It's been a long time.
Yeah, how you been, brother? What's shaking? You all right?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Good.
Yeah, I'm glad I moved out of New Haven. So there's dead bodies floating around in there. According to Bill.
Pistol waving New Haven. That's my hometown there, right there.
Yeah.
Oh man. So
what's the point of betting on Lamont? You got to bet $50 to win $1. What's the point?
Well,
you know,
Mark, you could attest to that. You've had experience in the prediction markets, haven't you?
Yeah, we going to do that this year, the football?
Absolutely, my friend. So get your 3 picks ready for week 1 here. Now let me ask you something. It's a little early. What's the over? Are my Jets going to win 6 games this year? I was arguing with somebody about it the other day. 6 games? What do you think?
I would say no.
Oh, you're killing me, Mark.
Who's their quarterback? Who's their quarterback, by the way?
Geno Smith.
Oh, Geno Smith, he's still in the league? Jesus. They like going for these veterans, huh?
Is he still in the league?
What happened to Aaron Rodgers? They got rid of him, huh?
Who?
They got rid of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he's playing 1 more year in Pittsburgh, and then he's going to hang it up. He's going to be done. This is it for him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he played for Pittsburgh last year.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. All right.
I forgot about that.
So what do you think of these prediction markets, Kalshi and Poly Market? Have you checked them out? Because we know you're kind of an authority on this stuff. What do you think of this?
Well, I've heard about that for years. You know, I used to bet the presidential elections like 30 years ago.
Who'd you bet that with?
Oh, it was like an offshore market.
Oh, yeah. I get the emails. I get the offshore emails. Absolutely. Those countries, you could bet anything you want. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah, it was some island in the Caribbean or something.
Mark,
good luck getting paid, you know?
Yeah, good luck getting paid. Hey, Mark, be good, buddy. I got to run, okay? Take care.
All right.
All right, there you go. Mark is one of our wagering consultants. We'll hear from him once the NFL season kicks off. Can't wait for that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a little bit heavy getting out of New Canaan into Norwalk by exit 16 thanks to an earlier accident and some construction that's now cleared. Northbound on the Parkway into Westport on the slow side. Not too bad on the Fairfield side. 95's a good ride, Stamford to Norwalk. Slowing Westport into Southport. Route 8, Derby, Shelton looking okay. Construction cleared southbound Route 8 through the valley. Eastbound 84 building into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I'm Sarah. I'm 7 years old and live with my mom and grandma. I miss school and I really miss the cafeteria. There's always food there. Summer is hard for us. There's never enough food at home, so we go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission Cafe. Sometimes it's our only meal. Thanks to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we have a place to go on tough days. But they can't do it without your support. Will you be our hero and provide a meal when we need it? Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Thank you.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Fairfield County News and Talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And by the way, these prediction markets, we were talking about them, is predicting the governor's race here in Connecticut, likely Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio. The going prediction now, again, not from an odds maker, but from people wagering real money on this, 16-point win is being predicted for Governor Ned Lamont. So that would be roughly a 58 to 42.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Michigan's high-stakes Democratic primary, progressive Dr. Abdul El-Sayed was declared a victory against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. He used his victory speech to rally his base against Republican Mike Rogers, who he will face in November's general election. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
El-Sayed is now calling Mike Rogers a Trump bootlicker, saying he's someone who can't decide whether he's a neocon or a MAGA, he's a corporate sellout, all these things. Mike Rogers has a statement today that says the race is now a choice between what he calls common sense or complete insanity.
A potential security threat at Trump National Golf Course in Southern California ahead of the president's visit. A man identified as 38-year-old Janine John Taylor was arrested and is now facing charges. In London, police arresting a woman in connection with a stabbing attack in Covent Garden. Police say 4 men were stabbed and they retrieved a pair of scissors from the scene. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A second suspect is in custody in connection to a deadly Milford home invasion. Milford police say 24-year-old Yvonne Barrios Floriman of the Bronx was arrested on Tuesday with help from the U.S. Marshals Service. He is facing murder charges and being held in New York City, waiting for extradition to Connecticut. Investigators say he was one of 2 men that entered a home on June 3rd around 3 a.m. and shot a man and a woman multiple times. The man was identified as 69-year-old Frederick Warner, who was pronounced dead at the scene. A city bus crash left 1 person injured in Bridgeport on Tuesday. 7 people were evaluated by medics after the 2-vehicle crash near the intersection of Lindley Street and North Avenue. Bridgeport police are investigating the cause. No other information was made immediately available. Connecticut has joined a coalition of more than 24 states in a new lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's latest round of tariffs, arguing they were imposed illegally and are driving up costs for consumers and businesses. Attorney General William Tong says the lawsuit, filed in the U.S. Court of International Trade, targets tariffs on imports from more than 80 countries and marks Connecticut's 3rd legal challenge over the administration's trade policies. The Attorney General released a statement saying, in part, quote, Trump can't seem to grasp that he's not above the law. The White House maintains that tariffs are a lawful tool to address forced labor and protect American commerce. The Connecticut State Board of Education is expected to vote on new statewide guidance encouraging school districts to adopt stricter limits on student cell phone use and classroom screen time before the new year begins. The recommendations call for bell-to-bell restrictions on personal devices, including cell phones, for students of all grade levels, while also urging districts to create plans that reduce screen time on school-issued technology and promote more face-to-face learning. The guidance will not be mandatory, but the State Board of Ed says it could help improve student focus, behavior, and social interaction if adopted by local school districts. A new study shows more than 500,000 residents in Connecticut are food insecure. Connecticut Food Share says the rate of food insecurity in the state has more than doubled to 15% after coming in at 7% last year. It also found more than 130,000 children are among those facing food insecurity. The organization held a food distribution event in Bloomfield on Tuesday, where dozens of people lined up for assistance. The state has approved a new $8.5 million program to supplement people who lost access to SNAP benefits because they could not meet newly enacted federal eligibility standards. Governor Ned Lamont and DSS Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves held a news conference Tuesday to announce the funding.
So we know that probably at the end of this month, we will expect close to 30,000 people to fall off of SNAP, having lost their benefits because of the changes that happened in H.R. 1 and that law that passed last July. We are only one of a handful of states who have actually stepped forward, thanks to Governor Ned Lamont, to make sure that people do not fall into the abyss of hunger that is inevitable with these law changes.
The proposed $127 million soccer stadium on Bridgeport's east side may now give way to a broader vision for the site. The Bridgeport Economic Development Corporation, also known as BEDCO, is asking the state to redirect $12 million in previously approved cleanup funding to transform the former Shoreline Star property into a multi-use community sports complex featuring indoor and outdoor athletic facilities, along with plans for housing, retail space, and public waterfront access. Supporters say the project could become a year-round destination for youth sports and community events after the original stadium proposal lost state funding earlier this year. Governor Ned Lamont announced today that Connecticut's minimum wage will adjust to $17.48 per hour beginning January 1st of 2027, an increase from the 2026 rate of $16.94 per hour. The change is required under a state law Lamont enacted in 2019 that mandates the minimum wage receive annual adjustments at the start of every calendar year based on economic indicators from the prior fiscal year. The law is designed to ensure that as the economy grows, the minimum wage grows with it. And incoming UConn freshman Olivia Vukosa is leading Croatia at the U18 Eurobasket tournament in Sweden. Croatia lost 93-51 to Serbia on Monday, but Vukosa scored 25 points, adding 14 rebounds and 2 steals. Croatia also lost their first 3 games of the tournament, despite Vukosa averaging 27 points and 16 rebounds per game, while making 31 of 33 free throws. Vukosa is a 6'4" post player who grew up in New York but represents Croatia, where her grandparents grew up. Last year, she was the National High School Gatorade Player of the Year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported in Stamford near exit 8 and 9. Delays go back into Greenwich. Northbound into Westport, a little bit slow by Sherwood Island into Southport. Parkway, a little bit slow out of New Canaan thanks to an earlier crash by exit 16. Delays on the both sides of the no exit zone, the Westport and the Fairfield side. Route 7 northbound, police activity and construction slowing you down from Georgetown up to Route 102 into Branchville. Route 8 still looks good through the valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, great to have you with us. Paul here, Chris behind the glass. We've got traffic, we've got weather, all that sort of nifty stuff. It's nutrient dense. Yes. No empty calories on this rowboat here. Yes, sir. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Talk or text. Either way you want to get a hold of me, or if you like to use, I don't want to say email is old-fashioned. It's not. A lot of people don't text. They don't use instant messaging. I get it. I understand it. So the email is still up and running at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our question of the day here, I thought it'd be a nifty one, and it's getting some interesting responses. Some high-ranking governing people here in Connecticut. State Senate member Democrat Jim Maroney from Milford, where the spacious Connoisseur Media Studios are located, and State Senate Majority Leader Democrat Bob Duff of Norwalk. They issued a rather detailed, lengthy statement today, and they are asking municipalities to put a voluntary timeout, tap the brakes, put the brakes down, stop the car rolling on putting any more of these new license plate reader cameras that are present in about 40 to 45 municipalities in the state. And granted, listen, a lot of people are reacting to this. They don't like the surveillance. I frankly think that's a valid concern. I do. I've caught a lot of flack from people, both here at the station and otherwise, saying, hey, why do we need to rubber stamp this? See, that's the whole thing. I don't think we need to rubber stamp it. I don't. I honestly don't. But at the same time, you don't turn off a system that solves crime. And I know there are people who would say, and now they're kind of segueing off that Ben Franklin quote that you see everywhere, which was misused. It was actually a quote about raising taxes to pay for armaments. And I got hit with this one the other day. I got hit with this quote, the one that goes something like, well, it's better to let a guilty man go free than let an innocent man be put in jail. All right, maybe. But what if that guilty man or woman abducted your daughter? Well, now you're going to an extreme, Paul. Yes, I am. You picked up on that, didn't you? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I mean, this thing, and again, I'm not besmirching or belittling anybody who has an honest opposition to this. Somebody who honestly is worried about government overreach. I get that. I understand that. But don't say you're okay with crime. Just don't do that. Because that makes no sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense. And people online sometimes, snap back at me. Yes, bootlicker. The other one I got the other day was, what flavor of boot are you licking today? Which leads me to believe these are phony, computerized, computer-generated, bot farm kind of responses I'm getting here. But I'm a bootlicker because I like to see crimes get solved? Oh, wait a minute. You just said you'd rather somebody go free if they're guilty than imprison somebody if they're innocent. Who exactly are we imprisoning here? See, I don't mind good, cogent arguments on this. But, if you online now, or even at some of these meetings, if you're there and you say, well, I kind of like the license plate readers, you get, it's like a mob descends on you. Is that where we are now? And no, this is not 1984. Can everybody calm down with that? Just the way on the other side, I like to say, not everybody who cares about the environment is a lefty tree hugger. Not everybody who, wants reproductive rights is an abortion lever. No, and the same way you should reflect back that courtesy and say, well, you may want to see and say why some people are. And, you're for this technology to a point. Can we adjust it? Maybe. But now we read that Hartford wants to get involved here. And I will ask you, what is Hartford going to do? Beyond what they've already done and put in a public act, which already, by state law, tightens up what can be done with how much of this information over a set period of time. Then what are we doing? Or are you like me and are you kind of worried here that this is going to be more overreach? If those that govern us in Hartford start stepping in here and telling cities and towns what to do with their own safety, are you all right with that? Maybe you're not happy. Maybe you're on the left or the right, and you're converging on all this at some point in the spectrum, and you say, well, I don't like the way my mayor is handling this, or my police chief, or the town or city police commission. Okay, are you then going to want to hand this over to Hartford and have those on high decide it for you? Really? You tell. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe you disagree. Love to hear from you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still in good shape. Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways very busy through the Westport exits. A little bit better on 95, though, than on the Parkway. Route 8, Derby, Shelton looking good. New Haven County, no problems. 95 or the Parkway. Route 7 northbound, still very heavy into Branchville out of Georgetown, thanks to construction. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Alrighty, news coming up, top of the hour, traffic and weather together and all of that. Chris will be reading some of the responses we got to our question of the day. Just looking over some of the responses here to this poll that came out this week, a poll by Hearst to Sacred Heart and Channel 3 regarding Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott and Ryan Fazio. And I got a chance finally to look at some of the crosstabs here, and I found this interesting. Nearly 3 in 10 registered voters, so it's about 29 or 30%, identify the cost of living and inflation as the single most important issue in deciding their votes for governor. More than twice as many of those who selected taxes and electricity and energy costs or jobs in the economy. Interesting. More than 3/4, 76.7%, reported higher household energy costs over the past year, while 71% said their housing costs have increased. So everybody is talking in one way, shape, or form about costs, be it housing, be it taxes in the state, be it electricity, right? So here's the question I have for those people. Why do you constantly return? Constantly. I mean, it hasn't changed in, 30, 40 years? I don't understand the voters of Connecticut. Sometimes I don't. I understand they can be pissed off at Trump and all that. They can hate Republicans. All right, fine. But you look at these numbers. 30% cost of living and inflation, single biggest issue in deciding their vote for governor. More than twice as many of those who selected taxes, electricity, or jobs in the economy. More than 3/4 reported higher household energy costs over the past year. 72% said their housing has increased. So if you take this and walk this back a few years, why do people in Connecticut constantly complain? I'm serious. I need your explanation on this because I can't figure this out. I don't understand that people are constantly upset over things like taxes and housing and overall costs and power costs. This just didn't start with Trump. So I'm as you can tell, I'm searching for the words here. I don't understand why people for years can be mad at something and elect the same people. Are you that brainwashed? Well, I would never vote for a Republican. Well, then, okay, then don't complain. I mean, I don't. It is mind-numbing. It is honestly mind-numbing to me that you have these people who, in these polls here, no matter who they're done by, that are honestly talking about taxes and whatever and the cost of electricity. Okay, good on you. Then why? It's a simple question. Help me out here. Talk or text 203-333-9422. Then why do you keep sending the same majority back to Hartford? Is it name recognition? Is it laziness by the voters? Is it a willing to spend more money if a Democrat tells you than a Republican? I don't get it. And I know the American voter, and even on the Republican side, there are people who say, well, I'd never vote for a Democrat. Well, you know what? As conservative as I am, if I kept seeing Republicans who were screwing things up, I'd vote D if you gave me a Democrat kind of like maybe Bill Clinton again. But explain to me, you people, my friends out there who are, Democrat-leaning independents and registered Democrats, why are you going to continually bitch and moan about electricity, for example, and keep electing the party that does nothing and barely talks about it? What is wrong with people in Connecticut? Has the voting base in this state become that lazy? That vapid? We'd rather see our taxes raised and nothing done on electricity because we hate Trump? Is that what it is? Help me out here. Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, how you doing, Paul? I didn't intend to talk about this, but you kind of rang a bell in my mind. I'm an old school Milton Friedman type.
Yeah.
And when you itemize the prices that people are upset about,
Yeah.
the rent is too damn high. Remember that black guy was running
with the
for mayor in
mutton
New York?
chops, with the mutton chops. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not just the rent; it's absolutely everything.
Yeah.
The insurance, the cars, the oil, lumber, utilities, electricity, gas, everything is going up. And so the socialists are very clever at pointing to the evil electric executives who are overpaid.
Yeah.
And one of the famous Republican governor candidates married an electric utility official, and she kind of eliminated herself from consideration because we hate those people, the captains of business. It's always their fault. When at the root of it all, Paul, is the medium of payment, which is the dollar that we use in America, which is constantly deflating, which is exclusively the fault of the federal government. At its root, Paul, we tax $5 of every $7 that we spend. We raise about we spend about $7 trillion in tax, and we raise about $5 trillion in taxes. Income tax, excise tax, taxes of all kinds. And this is every year. This is not just one bad year. This is good years and bad years. 2/7 of the total money spent by the federal government is bogus. It's hot air, and it inflates the currency. And I'm not a gold bug. I want to emphasize that.
Okay.
But the gold bugs are right.
Yeah.
That if we paid for everything with gold coins, there literally is no inflation.
Yeah.
The price of oil, the price of your house, the price of the car would be just about the same number of 1-ounce gold coins as it always was back in the 50s, the 70s, the 90s. And so the people are completely misdirected in their anger that the socialists are capitalizing on now, that it's the landlords who charge rent, that it's the electric company that, makes electricity.
Yeah.
You know what? If people couldn't pay for it, the price would come down or at least stop going up.
Yeah.
It's that simple. People pay as much for electricity as they do because they can. And it's because the money is simply worth a lot less than it once was. And it's all the federal government's fault. The state of Connecticut cannot kite money. Only the feds can do that.
Good point. Yes, good point.
And thanks for letting me
All right,
start
Dave.
off.
I
Bye.
appreciate it. As always, Dave, good stuff there. Yeah, it is. It's just, I don't know. I see these polls every year. I see that from the governor on down to the Democrats, well, we've got to do something about electricity, and we pay too much. And again, this is not a partisan thing, or not with me. We end up doing nothing on the big issues. And I know there are some panels now about school spend. Listen, let me tell you something. With all due respect to the governor, I'm good as he's optimistic on this. But, Governor, I hate to tell you, because I know you're listening in the big chair, in the big leather chair. All good intentions, Governor. You know what? The gentlemen and gentleladies in your party in the General Assembly, they will do nothing.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, we have an accident in Westport. It's a multi-car off to the left shoulder near Sherwood Island. It's still a better ride, though, on 95 than the Parkway. Parkway, a very heavy ride. Norwalk up into Westport. Fairfield side looks pretty good, both roadways. Northbound on Route 7, we have emergency construction still going on in Branchville. Heavy stop and go. Georgetown getting up into Branchville. Route 8 still looking good up into Derby and Shelton. Some company due to construction. Route 25 into Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And with all these, with this huge lead that Lamont has, the governor has, should use his title. I don't like last naming it here, that the governor has over both Josh Elliott and Ryan Fazio, yet, his job approval rating is only 50.6%. What does that tell you? That tells me that there are a lot of people in this state who kind of know a heck of a lot for the masses doesn't get done. There's no real tax cut. There's no real cheapening of electricity. And it's almost like Connecticut voters are like, nah, yeah, we know nothing really changes, but we'd rather keep it that way because we hate Republicans. Folks, it is just, I can't figure it out. I just can't.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The Senate voted to confirm Dr. Erica Schwartz as CDC director.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 44.
The vote falling mostly on a long party line. Schwartz served as Deputy Surgeon General during the first Trump administration. She takes over the agency as the CDC is fielding several outbreaks, including measles and cyclosporiasis. And now another foodborne illness has forced changes to the menu at a major fast food chain.
First, it was cyclosporiasis linked to lettuce at Taco Bell. Now, Chipotle Mexican Grill has removed jalapenos from its restaurants nationwide after a salmonella outbreak in Minnesota sickened more than 100 people. Investigations are going on in other states where the peppers might have been distributed.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran remain. President Trump, though, insists a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come as early as today. Iranian officials say talks with Oman is happening on a joint agreement and in the final stages to oversee the ship traffic. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has more on the long-term impact for gas companies.
At the end of the day, until there is some sort of idea of what that shipping passage looks like, you still got companies that are reluctant to go through there. They're like, what is it going to be? Am I paying a toll? Am I not? Is it safe? Insurance companies are still reluctant. And they're trying to understand the new reality of the strait after the war, whatever form it looks like, might be very different than it was before the war when ships could just pass through there.
ABC News projects progressive Dr. Abdul El Sayed will win the Democratic Senate race in Michigan against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. The winner takes on GOP Representative Mike Rogers in November's election. Republican Congressman Chuck Edwards of North Carolina withdrawing from his re-election campaign. The announcement comes 2 days after the House Ethics Committee says it found, quote, substantial evidence to believe Edwards violated House rules related to sexual harassment and hostile workplace. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation says in a statement that this morning the Caswell County Sheriff's Office requested their assistance after an early morning mass shooting in the town of Prospect Hills. Authorities say there's no threat to the public, and authorities say multiple people were shot but did not confirm deaths or injuries. New Jersey officials say with their latest lawsuit, they're taking a stand for drivers behind two-day Amazon deliveries, accusing the online retailer of keeping wages low and conditions poor. ABC's Morgan Norwood explains.
Those drivers show up in Amazon vans wearing Amazon vests, carrying boxes with the Amazon logo. But most of them don't actually work for Amazon. They work for small contractors, which the company calls delivery service partners. But the lawsuit claims those partners are entirely dependent on Amazon to survive and claims the company uses that power to control their routes, their hiring, and their pay, while crushing any attempt by workers to unionize.
Amazon recently surpassed the Postal Service to become the largest delivery provider in the country. The lawsuit claims Amazon drivers earn substantially less than those at the U.S. Postal Service, UPS, and FedEx. More than 21 million Americans use marijuana on a daily or near daily basis. That's a 21% increase between 2022 and 2025, according to this year's National Survey on Drug Use and Health. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The suspect charged in the crash that killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend last month allegedly admitted to prosecutors she did not have a driver's license. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez faces 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter and single counts of driving under the influence, traveling unreasonably fast, and failure to drive in the proper lane after the crash on July 13th on Sugar Hollow Road in Danbury. The Jeep Ramirez was driving slammed into a motorcycle driven by 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. Ramirez's blood alcohol level was 0.14, nearly twice the legal limit, and the arrest warrant said she also tested positive for marijuana. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security confirmed she is the subject of an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detainer. When Ramirez appeared in Danbury Superior Court Tuesday, Danbury State's Attorney Stacey Miranda said that Ramirez admitted to police she did not have nor has ever had a driver's license, and the state would be adding an additional charge to reflect that. And the Middletown-Portland Railroad Bridge is receiving $87 million for a major rehab project. The bridge has been serving as a freight line since the early 1900s and is featured in the Billy Joel music video for River of Dreams. Connecticut Department of Transportation officials say they are going to evaluate the whole structure to make sure that it will last for the next generation. Planners say the state-funded project to improve the bridge is expected to start by late 2028. Engineers are hoping to increase its load-carrying capacity and modernize its mechanical and electrical systems. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway in good shape. Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways at least a half hour to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Slightly heavier on the Parkway than 95. Route 8 looking pretty good up into Derby and Shelton. No problems. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County. Northbound Route 7 still very heavy out of Georgetown getting up into Branchville thanks to late running construction. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty then, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Before we go to Chris Williams looking over the answers to our Facebook question of the day, which, by the way, I will tell you again, our Facebook question of the day is having to do with license plate readers. Of course, it's a hot topic. And now the men and women in Hartford are getting involved. State Senate Democratic Majority Leader Bob Duff, Democrat Norwalk, wants to pause new license plate reader installations while privacy is improved. What are your thoughts? So now, even though the state did clamp down on this, in what I thought was a pretty expansive law just over the past few months, Bob Duff of Norwalk, Jim Maroney of Milford are saying, hey, we should let us make the rules. No. You people in Hartford, just sit in the corner, be quiet, and watch. Let the cities and towns at the local level with their RTMs and their Board of Aldermen meetings and their town councils and city councils, let them handle it. The police commission, no. Because frankly, and this is nothing personal to Mr. Duff or Mr. Maroney or anybody in Hartford, this is nothing personal. It's no business. It's all business. It's strictly business, nothing personal. I don't trust you people. I don't. In a state where somebody could be smoking a big fat doobie of marijuana and you don't let the cops pull them over to see if they're high, I don't trust you on anything else. I just don't. I'm sorry. All right, I have an interesting text message I'll get to momentarily after Chris fires out a few responses to our question today. Chris, what do you have for us?
He's waiting until after the election, Scott says. He's worried it will become an issue. The real privacy is to remove from Jenny. John thinks they all need to come down. Russell said Duffman just wants to negotiate his cut of the proceeds first. Just end it from Jim. And Cynthia says, whose pocket is he in? There is only one position to have here. And while privacy has improved, there is no improvement other than doing away with them.
See, and that's and who said that? Was that Jenny you said, or whomever, whatever, was that her name?
Yes.
With all due respect, that's the attitude you can't have. Because look, a lot of people don't like these, but let me just phrase it this way. Who left you in charge? Who passed away and left you in charge? I mean, just because, and I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but as my father used to say, slow down, buddy. Just because you don't like something and you're fully within your rights to do that. Does that mean your dislike of these plate readers and these speed cameras, that should automatically override? What if 50% of the people in your city or town like them? Is your opinion more valid than theirs? Maybe they have concerns about privacy, but maybe they say, hey, the police chief in Milford said, they used license plate readers to get this suspect of this deadly home invasion the other day. Well, but they still could have found him. You don't know that. You don't know that. Stop trying to be cops. You don't know that. The cops in Cheshire found out who tore up one of the fields of the high school the other day. You've had the Chiefs of Police Association here in Connecticut list the cases that the plate readers have helped solve. I know a lot of you folks don't like them, and I know a lot of you folks, are concerned about privacy, and that's fine. But to a lot of you people who say, well, we just need to hire more cops, all right, and you'll be some of the first people to bitch and moan if your taxes go up 5 or 10% to pay for cops. That's another one I hear. Well, if the cops would stop eating donuts. Oh, come on. Stop it. Come on. We're still on the fat cop thing. How many fat cops have you seen over the past 5 or 10 years? It's 2026. It ain't 1976 anymore. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, we've got Dan Haar coming up next hour. Later on this hour, it's our buddy, our pal, State Senate member, Republican Dr. Jeff Gordon from out east. Jeff has his thoughts on what Senator Duff said today and about the General Assembly getting involved here. Before we go to break, I want you people to help me out here. I got a text message here, and maybe this is something I should have taken more seriously previously. I will read the text message verbatim. That's Latin for word by word, in case you didn't know. Hey, Paul, good afternoon. I tuned in because I was stuck on a job. I just tuned in because I was stuck on a job. I had to ask to be a little funny. Okay, you can do that. What is the difference between mind-numbing and mind-boggling? What is the difference between mind-numbing and mind-boggling? I hear you use both interchangeably. Is one more severe than the other? Yes, LOL. Thank you for whoever sent this in. Yes, I would say that if you had to make me pick between mind-numbing and mind-boggling, I would say mind-numbing is far worse than mind-boggling. And I know I tend to use them interchangeably. To me, something can just be so that if your mind is numb to something, what you have encountered is so stupid, is so beyond pale, is so non sequitur, that your mind goes into vapor lock. The transmission, you can't find the gears, and it's tough to get out of that. That's mind-numbing. Mind-boggling is more, geez, how can that be? It's almost like you're putting the puzzle together. So to this person, I give you my imprimatur in telling you that to me, mind-numbing is far more serious and involved than mind-boggling.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to reel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
From a child's first day of learning to a senior finding friendship, Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport is there every step of the way. For 140 years, Hall Neighborhood House has been a pillar of support for the Bridgeport community, providing early childhood education, after-school programs, STEM learning, family resources, and senior services. The true measure of Hall isn't the number of programs it offers, it's the lives those programs have transformed. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check Check out Connecticut in-home assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Bottles are filling and payroll's next. Whoa, what the? I'm you with more gusto. What's with the leather jacket? It's kind of my new vibe, which, by the way, switch to Gusto for payroll. Switch? Oh, that's always such a headache. With Gusto, it's effortless. Kind of like looking cool in this jacket. Payroll, benefits, even 401k. Simple. Can I try it on? Gusto? Sure. The jacket? No. Switch to effortless payroll. Choose a future with Gusto.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both in pretty good shape. Stamford up to Norwalk, at least 35 to 40 minutes. Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavier on the Parkway. Northbound on Route 8, a good trip. Derby, Shelton, Seymour. Northbound Route 7, construction still closes a lane in Branchville. That's got you heavy back to the gas stations in Georgetown. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, if you're nearing or in retirement and have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080 or visit bridgelightadvisors.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Oxford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
And I got a very nice text back from that person that asked the difference between mind-boggling and mind-numbing. Once again, mind-numbing just kind of puts you in like a stasis field. You're like, and you're like, catatonically befuddled by what's going on, where mind-boggling is like, how can that be? I don't get mind is boggled. Yes. Bob in Trumbull, he's often mind-boggled. Bob, how are you?
I don't know, Reverend.
Yeah.
You got me going. You don't know what's going on and why these people keep getting elected.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Democrat, Communist, Socialist, it's a religion.
Whoa,
it's a religion.
Democrat, commie, socialist altogether, Bob. Jeez.
Well, it's a big
tent.
And that is why they will do anything to keep their religion.
Yeah.
They will steal your house. They'll steal your property. They'll steal your money.
They're doing
yes,
that.
They will.
I don't think we need to go there with those accusations, do we?
Yes. If not, it will keep continuing.
Okay. Well, it
is
continuing, Bob. It's not stopping.
That's why. It's a religion. They will do anything.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Man, it's not slowing down, Bob. Jeez. Come on.
It's not. And they keep going. Look at all over the country what's going on.
Yeah, I got that.
And you think it's just in Connecticut? Look, in their religion, they dig up the dead to vote. They award people who cheat.
Yeah, easy.
They give.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bob,
come on, Reverend.
Bob, you sound befuddled and bemused here. I don't know what to do today. I don't know how to help you. Huh?
Well,
yeah.
Tell people what is real. It is a religion for these Democrat, Communist, Socialists.
Yeah, all right.
And they're going to take everything you have. If you don't stop them, you're done.
That's it. That's it. Everything's done if we don't stop them, right? That's it. Ball game over, right? That's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, bobbing on those notes. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did he get it wrong? It's the DSA. It's the Democratic Socialists of America. What do you say? The Democrat commies? Oh, a socialist? So I thought it was the DSA. It's the DCS. The Democratic commies. Oh, my God. Bob, you are always enlightening, always a basket of laughs here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, coming up, Mr. Al Sayed getting his win in Michigan last night. And they were saying, now I could be wrong about this, but they're saying, well, this doesn't. I love all these cable TV pundits. They gotta invite me. Well, how the hell do I get on Fox on the TV side or CNN or MS Now? Well, it's not going to be that easy for this Mr. Syed to win in Michigan. What are you, nuts? You think a Republican's actually going to win in Michigan? Now, he may, but come on. What do you don't think these people who won last night are going to win in November? Come on. Stop. In Michigan? As blue as it is, with their big Muslim population there for Mr. Syed at all? Come on. Now, the interesting thing is what the statistics are showing in a lot of these states where you have these far progressive, and he is not a DSA member, Dr. Al Sayed last night, the guy who won in Michigan. But, they illustrated again last night on some of the coverage I was watching. You know which voting group is not uber enthusiastic to, vote for Democratic Socialists? Black voters. The bulk of the support that is being foisted toward a lot of these new progressive young candidates as the generation changes and is causing big sweat now in the Democratic Party, young, upwardly mobile white voters. I mean, that to me is fascinating. So the voters who particularly are responding to the everything is too expensive thing are not necessarily, well, they're a bunch of lefties who never take showers and they're all, minorities. No. Go look at the crosstabs. It's really, really, really interesting. But yes, these I don't want to say uber leftists, but these uber progressives not really registering well with black or Hispanic voters either. So that is something to keep an eye on, most definitely.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, some heavy waves out of Stamford. Starting to build pretty heavy in through Norwalk as well. Delays up into Southport. Northbound on the Parkway. A pretty good ride, Stamford up to Norwalk. That's the better of the two roadways there, but very heavy getting into Westport. Heavier company Fairfield from the rest area getting up towards the mall and Trumbull. Northbound Route 8, Derby, Shelton, Seymour doing okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carr Beauty and Carr Beauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So do you want Hartford and the leadership in our wonderful state capital in Hartford, do you want those gentlemen and ladies on the blue side of the aisle to be more involved in these license plate readers? So we'll talk about that coming up. Also in the next half hour, an update from an ABC correspondent about how the progressives in the Democratic Party did or did not do. Did they do well or not do well in Tuesday's primaries, including Dr. Al Sayed in Michigan? He won, but barely. It was a point and a half. Some people are saying, well, you know, he's not going to win the general election. Yeah, right. Like a Republican's going to beat him. Yeah, please. Do me a favor. Ease off on the crack. Put the crack pipe down, get some sleep, and go take a walk and call Grandma while you're at it, okay?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Southern California, a man arrested near President Trump's Los Angeles area golf course ahead of his visit is facing charges after authorities say they discovered he was in possession of an unregistered rifle. The man arousing suspicions over the weekend. ABC's Christian Cordero has more.
They're accusing him of visiting this Trump National Golf Course there in Southern California 2 times in the days leading up to President Trump's fundraising event there. And the second time, this is ultimately what the big red flag was he approached federal agents, according to investigators, and identified himself as somebody who works for the State Department and said that he was there for security details.
The ongoing conflict between the U.S. and Iran continues. President Trump says talks with Iran are going nicely to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran says it's in talks with Oman on a joint agreement. On Wall Street today, stocks ending mixed in international trading. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A second suspect is in custody in connection to a deadly Milford home invasion. Milford police say 24-year-old Ivan Barrios Floriman of the Bronx was arrested on Tuesday with help from the U.S. Marshals Service. He is facing murder charges and is being held in New York City, waiting for extradition to Connecticut. Investigators say he was one of 2 men that entered a home on June 3rd around 3 a.m. and shot a man and a woman multiple times. The man was identified as 69-year-old Frederick Warner, who was pronounced dead at the scene. Police are charging a Norwalk man with selling crack cocaine and heroin. Norwalk police say 40-year-old Maurice Pickett was taken into custody on Monday by the department's tactical response team. Pickett had 4 warrants out for his arrest, and he was also charged with violating his probation. The Norwalk Police Department is asking anyone with information regarding narcotics trafficking to contact officers. A 19-year-old man from New York is accused of stealing a check intended for the IRS. Detectives in Norwalk were alerted in January that a $53,000 check was fraudulently altered and deposited into the suspect's bank account. They obtained search warrants and coordinated with multiple financial institutions to retrieve records and track the money to 19-year-old Ashton Artis of Auvergne, New York. On Monday, Artis was extradited from Rikers Island to the Norwalk Police Department, where he was charged with larceny and forgery. He is set to appear in court on August 17th. Complaints from inmates in the Connecticut prison system are mostly focused on health care issues. Health Services accounted for nearly one-third of the roughly 2,000 complaints received by the Office of Correction Ombuds. The complaints ranged from a slow response to a man suffering from kidney stones to simply getting outside for recreation. Many prisoners also complained about food quality. During the 2026 legislative session, lawmakers passed a bill to establish a new commission to put together a 10-year plan to improve prison health care services. Hartford Healthcare is raising awareness about the growing number of preventable maternal deaths, saying more support is needed for mothers before, during, and after pregnancy. At a discussion marking National Breastfeeding Month, doctors, advocates, and state officials highlighted the importance of access to prenatal care, mental health services, and postpartum resources, noting that more than 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are considered preventable. They say improving care for both mothers and newborns can save lives and create healthier families across the state. The city of Stamford has announced it will be rolling out speed enforcement cameras starting in September. Mayor Caroline Simmons announced this week that there will be 14 cameras in 7 school zones across the city. The Board of Representatives passed an ordinance allowing the cameras in April of 2024. When the cameras go operational, they will begin with a 45-day warning period. After that, tickets will be issued to drivers going 11 miles per hour or more over the posted speed limit. Speed cameras will be located on streets around the following schools: Clunin Middle School, Springdale Elementary School, Dolan Middle School, and Toquam Elementary School, Stamford High School, Julia A. Stark Elementary School, K.T. Murphy Elementary School, and Strawberry Hill School. And the city of Bridgeport does not have any plans to install speed enforcement cameras of their own. City staff identified at least 10 hazardous high-profile intersections where the cameras could be of use and held an information session with members of the City Council's Public Safety Committee. However, 6 months later, no progress has been made, and a representative from Mayor Joe Ganem's office has confirmed that the City Council has not revisited the topic. Concerns include public reservations and complete opposition to use of the cameras. Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Mayor Joe Ganem, Constance Vickers, said the outrage in Milford and Fairfield over their camera use has also led to a stall in the process. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, some heavy waves out of Stamford. Starting to build pretty heavy in through Norwalk as well. Delays up into Southport. Northbound on the Parkway. A pretty good ride, Stamford up to Norwalk. That's the better of the two roadways there, but very heavy getting into Westport. Heavier company Fairfield from the rest area getting up towards the mall and Trumbull. Northbound Route 8, Derby, Shelton, Seymour doing okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday is scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The heat is rising, and so are the opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, welcoming to the program here, regular guest of ours here in the afternoon and on the station as well, 35th District GOP State Senate member, Dr. Jeff Gordon on the phone with us. Jeff, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you today?
Great, Jeff. Always good to hear from you. Thanks for taking the time. Wanted to get your opinion on a news release that came from a couple of gentlemen you work across the aisle from, Bob Duff, the Senate Democratic leader of Norwalk, and Jim Maroney of Milford, asking municipalities, Jeff, to stop the new installation and activation of these flock cameras or flocks type cameras. There are numerous manufacturers here, stating that they want to improve safeguards regarding what happens with this information. But if I'm not mistaken, there was already a public act done last session about this, Jeff, correct?
Yes, there was. There's been work that's been done to update the laws to further strengthen data protection and privacy concerns, while at the same time trying not to interfere with legitimate law enforcement use of the cameras, such as to find missing people, to try to investigate crimes. So, yes, the legislature has done some things this year to follow on prior work.
Jeff, call me a cynic here. A lot of people do. It's part of the reason I'm here in the afternoon, just to play devil's advocate sometimes. But, you know, Jeff, not that everybody in your body in the lower chamber of the House in Hartford isn't, you know, soaked in well-intentioned here. But I'm just, Jeff, a little worried here that it's another case, maybe, you may not agree with me, but when the state tries to Bigfoot what local municipalities think might be good for them, I get a little queasy about this. Especially when it comes to maybe Bigfooting law enforcement. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I do share your concern. I think we have the legislature, by the Democratic majority, has done things that have over time limited and hurt good law enforcement in this state, and also have taken away local decision-making from people in their own communities. I've said this many, many times, including on the Senate floor. The people of Connecticut know best what is best for the towns in which they live. So I think we need to be careful about, stepping too much on local decision-making. We already know there's many communities listening to people in their own towns who have decided, no, we're not going to put these cameras in. That's local decision-making. Do we have to have certain laws statewide for data privacy and that type of concern? We do, and what I've been advocating for is let the towns continue to interface with their people to decide what is good or not. But let's have some public hearings, not rush into decision-making, but have public hearings to hear from people and find out, do we need to do anything or not, but also make certain that we respect the towns.
Yeah, Jeff, and for example, I know in this public act already that was passed up there a few months ago, the retention time, I guess, for some of this data was shortened from 30 days to 21 days. My fear is, and again, I'm just a dope here on the radio, but my fear is that going to hamper police even a little more if, say, some members of the General Assembly say, well, let's clamp it down to 10 days, Jeff, or 14 days. And I just have a fear that people's emotions, whether they're legislators or citizens, might kind of creep in over their logical brain parts. You know what I mean?
Sure, and I understand that. I think we do want to respond to our constituents. But what I've been advocating for is, before we start rushing into saying, we're going to already start to change the law next session, why don't we first hold public hearings?
Yeah.
I'm a member of the Public Safety Committee. Let's hold public hearings. Let's hear from people about what their concerns are. Maybe the current law we passed this year already addresses it. Let's hear from them, but let's hear from law enforcement. Your example is well taken. What happens if we make a change and it hampers law enforcement's ability to investigate a domestic violence event or find a missing child? We don't want to interfere with law enforcement that way. So we need to gather a lot more information. I believe that before you start writing a law, you should be informed. Why don't we do that by meeting with our constituents, hearing from them, and then we'll be the wiser about what do we do. Maybe we don't need to do anything. I don't know yet, but we need to find that out. And that starts with engaging people in law enforcement.
Yeah, Jeff, and I was saying tongue-in-cheek before, just to wrap up here, and there's a quote in that, and I believe in that news release about, Connecticut people knowing best or whatever. Well, Jeff, if Connecticut people know best, they are constantly amazed and aghast when I tell them that, you may know best being a Connecticut resident, but we actually have a law in place that won't allow a police officer to stop somebody, right, if they think they're smoking marijuana. So there's a little disconnect on that about this who knows best on law enforcement, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I got to tell you, the laws over time that have severely limited certain things police officers can do, and at the same time weaken what judges can do holding criminals accountable, that's what we see from the majority party, and that's not what the people of Connecticut want. We should stop having government think it knows better than people. That's why I want public hearings. Let's hear from people and hear from law enforcement and inform ourselves. That's what I'm doing as a state senator in my district.
Dr. Jeff Gordon, Republican State Senate member, District 35, eastern part of the state. Jeff, thank you. It's always a pleasure. Take care, and I'm sure we'll have you back on this. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Dr. Jeff Gordon, practicing physician, too. I believe he's a cancer specialist and also state Senate member, District number 35 in the great sovereign state of Connecticut.
Fish On, the Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth. Driven by Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, August 29th and 30th. Fish Long Island Sound, land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win or fish for fun. To register, go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Little Pub and the Fisherman, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling, and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Town Fair Tire, the area's largest independent name brand tire dealer, sells any Continental tire you choose at the guaranteed lowest price. And Town Fair gives you the most free services for life on your Continental tires. So if you're searching for the best price and the most free services for life on Continental tires, get a Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A mixed market on Wall Street today. The Dow, though, staying in record territory, advancing 263 points to 54,349. Some selected earnings coming out to support the market, but with SpaceX disappointing Wall Street with the amount of capital spending it's engaging in, that pushed the Nasdaq down 221 points and broke a 4-day winning streak. Almost went for 5 days with gains of 1% or more. That a very rare occurrence. The S&P also coming off record levels, down about 13 points to 77.23. Oil prices dropped as it appears closer that the U.S. and Iran have come to an agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Oil down 62 cents to $75.15 a barrel, at least on a temporary basis. Interest rates moved a little lower. The 10-year note yield to 4.61%. ADP said the economy created 44,000 private sector jobs last month. That was below expectations. The dollar weakened as well. Gold rallied $155. Silver up $2.01 on the day as we move towards more economic data, including the unemployment report on Friday.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, it's about 20 to 25 minutes to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. 40 minutes from Norwalk to Bridgeport. Very heavy. Sherwood Island getting through Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, a little bit of company building. Stamford, New Canaan. The real heavy stuff starts, though, at Route 7. Again, about 40 minutes. Norwalk getting up to Route 8. Still a good trip, Route 8. Derby, Shelton, no major problems. Eastbound 84 through Newtown. Northbound Route 7, very heavy. Georgetown getting up into Branchville. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, coming up for his weekly go-round with us at 5:15. Boy, you've been hearing about Michigan, a weird House race and a really important Senate primary on the Democratic side last night. Watching both of those, ABC News midterm reporter Diana Paulson on the line with us. Diana, good afternoon. It's Paul in Connecticut. How are you?
Hi, doing well. Having a long night.
Yeah, but you know what, Diana? There's something about, I covered election nights, dozens of times. There's something that's great about it until you realize when you're done, you're exhausted, right?
That's definitely right.
Right. A couple of things last night. This victory by Dr. Al-Sayed over a sitting member of Congress. She's a centrist. He's more of a progressive. He's not a DSA person per se, but a lot of progressives are saying, here we come. And a lot of the centrists are saying, hey, you barely won this race. Pump the brakes a little. What are your thoughts on that race?
There's sort of two competing narratives here. There's the centrist saying, hey, you were really, really confident heading into this election about a landslide victory, and you won by a point.
Yeah.
Let's calm down. It's a swing state where the last Democrat won by 20,000 votes. Al-Sayed, on the other hand, is saying, look, there was $60 million in outside spending against me, blanketing the airwaves across the state. I beat a sitting member of Congress as a progressive in a swing state. Maybe that's worth taking a look at as a potential powerhouse for the general elections in November. Mm-hmm. We also saw a really good night for progressives across the country last night. With the exception of Missouri, we saw a DSA-backed member win in Michigan's 7th district, which is expected to be super close in November, and a DSA member beat an incumbent congressman in the 13th district in Detroit. So an ascendant movement.
Yeah, and with the Al-Sayed race now there's all these predictions, Diana, of a lot of Democrats, a lot of centrist Democrats, the old line, the steady as their hand, steady as they go Democrats, they'll just vote for the Republican. I'm not too sure that's going to happen there, but there's quite a buzz about that, isn't there?
I think this has been a hard-fought, really long primary that has gone on for over a year, and I think it's going to take Democrats maybe a little while to get their ducks in a row. But Haley Stevens endorsed immediately after the race call this morning. Chuck Schumer endorsed immediately after the race call. So did Governor Gretchen Whitmer. There seems to be a very concerted effort to get everyone in the line real quickly because there's less than 3 months left to Election Day. Michigan is a late primary, and they've spent the past year fighting each other and not the Republican. So they know they have to get it together and quick.
And the other race here that's just, and I was reading your piece on this, a candidate who dropped out of the race beat a Trump favorite in the Michigan GOP House primary. How did that happen?
This is one of those times where you're sitting at your computer on election night at midnight and you're going, what am I looking at right now? How is a guy who, we considered a non-entity because he dropped out of the race again a month ago, who raised, I believe, $1,800 total. He submitted a handwritten FEC filing because he didn't know how to use the website. He endorsed one of his opponents in this race, and he gets 50% of the vote. I've been talking to a lot of sources on the ground who say that this was maybe an example of overconfidence by the Trump-backed candidate here. His name is Amir Hassan, who thought he had it in the bag and didn't do that much spending. It's still kind of a mystery why he won and not the third candidate in this race who he endorsed. But the Republicans seem to be embracing it. They say this is our candidate, this is who voters chose, and we're going to try to figure out how to make a campaign for a guy who seems not to have been running one in the first place.
Yeah, $1,800 on an election night. That's not even like half of the catering bill for the press hangout.
His opponent raised $700,000 in the same time period.
Wow, that's amazing. Diana Paulson, ABC News midterm reporter. Diana, thank you. We appreciate the time. Take care.
Of course.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Folks, did you hear this? A candidate who dropped out. Now he didn't want to win. He dropped out of Michigan's 8th congressional district race nearly a month ago. So he was out of the race. He hasn't raised any money. Yet he will be the Republican nominee after he defeated Amir Hassan, who was endorsed by President Trump in June. Retired engineer Thomas J. Smith got out of the race in mid-July. He pulled in 50% of the vote on Tuesday. He wasn't even running. Again, effectively. Wow. Now, who knows? This is bizarre. Amir Hassan. Now, Mr. Hassan, was there a racial thing going on here? Now, Donald Trump endorsed this guy. I guess he's a veteran. Raised $700,000. Was endorsed by Trump. Was it the Muslim-sounding name? I'm serious here. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but how does this guy lose? The district is one of few nationwide that swung for Mr. Trump in 2024, but elected a Democrat down ballot for the House seat. Hassan is a Navy veteran and law enforcement officer, the wide favorite to win the race. And he got blown out of the water by a guy who didn't even want to run anymore.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, about 20 minutes to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Pretty heavy ride through Sherwood Island up into Southport, Fairfield. Northbound on the Parkway, couple extra pockets out of Stamford, New Canaan. Pretty busy from Route 7 up to Westport. Slow waves on the Fairfield side. 8 and 25 connector building a little bit as you come off 95. Starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, northbound 95. Some delays out of Milford into West Haven. And building on the Parkway up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday is scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Nobody builds a business without hearing a few reasons it won't work. Too risky, too crowded, too ambitious. But the people who move things forward usually hear those words first. Because growing a business takes more than optimism. It takes nerve, and eventually, a partner built for what's next. That's Next Rodeo. Big thinking, proven creative. For businesses still moving forward. Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want. Meet us at thenextrodeo.com.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed. Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, New York City we go. E. Frank takes us up to news. E. Frank, how are you?
Yes, how are you, Paul? Thank you for taking my phone call this afternoon from
Yes,
the
sir.
5 beautiful boroughs
Yes.
and right across the Long Island Sound.
Yes, you got about a minute, E. Frank. Go ahead, sir.
All right, let me just finish here in a minute. Yeah, Paul, I got to tell you something. There was on our New York radio market, a radio station, a talk show host who's had a circus performer who started saying the host asked him if he wanted to say something, and he says the world is in big, big trouble with an American white cat. And you know what happened after that? They asked him what Mondani is going to do in the future, and the performer didn't want to state. But now Mondani is in deep trouble with the Department of Transportation here in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what happened? That he's ordering a lot of lawsuits to mini bikes and cease and desist letters. He's going nuts now.
Really? Well, E. Frank, thank you, sir, keeping us updated there. Yeah, the mini bikes in New York. I saw that the other day. That's quite a story E. Frank brought up there. Yeah. How many severe injuries and deaths have there been? I tell you, the legalization of these e-bikes and mini bikes, this is bad news. And I know that, certainly if you have a driver's license, you can drive us. I mean, come on. Have you walked in New York City lately? I mean, sometimes with these chooches, these Cavons, these Studans, these, what? No, I got to stop again. But, yeah, New York trying to crack down. These delivery guys and gals, get out of their way. Yikes.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Ongoing hostilities between the U.S. and Iran continue to impact the Strait of Hormuz ship traffic. President Trump says a deal to reopen the strait could come this week, but Iranian officials say they're in talks to finalize a joint agreement with Oman. It comes as sources tell ABC News Iran remains the prime suspect in cyber attacks across multiple states. ABC's Aaron Katursky has the latest.
Iran is the prime suspect because we're at war with Iran, and Iran may be trying to make clear it has the capacity to retaliate if President Trump escalates the war, as he's considered doing. Iran cannot match the U.S. military, but they are making clear that they can take aim at critical infrastructure and systems that Americans depend on every day.
President Trump is in Las Vegas today to highlight tax cuts for working families. Some Vegas hospitality workers say that they're getting squeezed by a tourism slowdown and blame the war in Iran and Trump-era tariffs. Results for the closely watched Senate Democratic race in Michigan are in. ABC News projects progressive newcomer Dr. Abdul El Sayed will have a narrow victory against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. El Sayed took a victory lap today.
I just can't say how grateful I am to have earned the votes that we got. We took on a machine.
The seat, vacated by Democratic Senator Gary Peters, is a must-win seat for Democrats. In Washington state, a change in the weather is giving firefighters a bit of a break as they battle wildfires. Smoke remains a concern for some residents. ABC meteorologist Samara Theodore has details.
We are anticipating some of the heaviest extreme wildfire smoke to be situated just north of Spokane. And then this does make its way, meandering all the way south into Utah. Richfield, Utah, seeing some very heavy smoke as well. So smoke is a real issue out there.
A suspected arsonist behind the Old Trails fire remains in custody and is facing charges. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now with more news, here's Michelle Franzen.
Police in Houston crediting automated license plates readers with helping track down suspects in an attempted robbery of a Loomis armored car Tuesday, and they used bear spray, police say, on the armed guard.
Despite the extreme skin and eye irritation that bear repellent causes, the guard fired shots at the 3 teenagers who tried to rob him. The suspect sped away, but Houston Police Lieutenant Larry Croson says flock cameras tracked the white Mercedes to a car wash.
There were several people trying to get blood out of the back seat of the car, tampering with the evidence there. Those people are detained.
2 of the 3 suspects suffered non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. Croson says they're 15 and 16 years old. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Following the Trump administration's work to begin the process of removing temporary protected status for more than 350,000 Haitians nationwide, hundreds of Haitian immigrants in one state now being called in for a check-in with local officials.
Now what we're hearing is that some former TPS holders, specifically in Ohio, are being told to report to DHS, and some are being outfitted with ankle monitors. Some are being told to come in on a later date. But while the use of these ankle monitors is nothing new, this is a new tactic to target Haitians for removal. They're also being told not to travel outside of a 75-mile radius.
ABC's Armando Garcia. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut has joined a coalition of more than 24 states in a new lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's latest round of tariffs, arguing they were imposed illegally and are driving up costs for consumers and businesses. Attorney General William Tong says the lawsuit, filed in the U.S. Court of International Trade, targets tariffs on imports from more than 80 countries and marks Connecticut's third legal challenge over the administration's trade policies. The Attorney General released a statement saying, in part, quote, Trump can't seem to grasp that he's not above the law. The White House maintains that tariffs are a lawful tool to address forced labor and protect American commerce. Governor Ned Lamont announced today that Connecticut's minimum wage will adjust to $17.48 per hour beginning January 1st of 2027, an increase from the 2026 rate of $16.94 per hour. The change is required under a state law Lamont enacted in 2019 that mandates the minimum wage receive annual adjustments at the start of every calendar year based on economic indicators from the prior fiscal year. The law is designed to ensure that as the economy grows, the minimum wage grows with it. And the proposed $127 million soccer stadium on Bridgeport's east side may now give way to a broader vision for the site. The Bridgeport Economic Development Corporation, also known as BEDCO, is asking the state to redirect $12 million in previously approved cleanup funding to transform the former Shoreline Star property into a multi-use community sports complex featuring indoor and outdoor athletic facilities, along with plans for housing, retail space, and public waterfront access. Supporters say the project could become a year-round destination for youth sports and community events after the original stadium proposal lost state funding earlier this year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, about 20 minutes to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Pretty heavy ride through Sherwood Island up into Southport, Fairfield. Northbound on the Parkway, couple extra pockets out of Stamford, New Canaan. Pretty busy from Route 7 up to Westport. Slow waves on the Fairfield side. 8 and 25 connector building a little bit as you come off 95. Starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, northbound 95. Some delays out of Milford into West Haven. And building on the Parkway up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, how are you? 3 hours down, the big fourth and final hour. Oh, boy, what people say about the 5 o'clock hour, can I tell you? Tell me, Paul. All right. Dan Haar coming up in less than 10 minutes, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. In case you're just joining us, first of all, I hope you had a bonny good day. And maybe you're coming home from work. Maybe you're in the middle of your shift. Maybe you're not working. Maybe you are going in later on. Thanks for hanging out with us right here on Connecticut today. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Big story of the day, yes, it has to do with license plate readers again. Now, you've got two high-ranking Democrats in the state Senate, Bob Duff of Norwalk, Jim Maroney of Milford, asking, they say, they can't mandate this, per se. Thankfully, there are still some limits where Hartford can and can't tell local municipalities what to do. They're saying, hey, they're asking cities or towns not to install and turn on any more new license plate readers until we, the General Assembly of Connecticut, can get our hands on this. They want to improve protections for the data. They just did that. There's a public act that just kicked in that limits data retention from 30 days to 21 days. You can't share it with ICE. You can't do this. Listen, maybe, look, I understand a lot of people don't like this stuff, but really, you're going to trust the General Assembly to tell your city or town what they can do or can't do? No. Don't fall for this. I'm telling you, this is nothing personal at all against Mr. Duff or Mr. Maroney. This is purely policy. Don't fall for this. Because I'm telling you, this is my gut feeling. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I will beg forgiveness. But these are the same lawmakers that don't allow cops to stop somebody if they see they're smoking a joint. Seriously, we've talked about this, right? The marijuana package, well, you can't be sure whether it's a cigarette or a joint, so you can't do that. So you trust them? You're going to sit there now hoping your local police can catch criminals with these license plate readers? You're going to trust lawmakers in Hartford to further clamp down on what they can do? No, because you know what you're going to hear on this. Well, there are too many in downtrodden socioeconomic areas. We have to be sensitive to people who don't have the best relation with law enforcement. No. You know that's going to be, it's going to be in there. It's just going to. I feel it in my bones that are covered by too much pudge. Don't buy this. Don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Maybe it's well-intentioned, but when you take these individual cities and towns and what they're doing and what they're claiming to see as results in fighting crime, and you give it to the Democratic majority in Hartford, they're going to water it down and water it down and water it down some more. You watch. They're going to impose time limits on how many cameras can be turned on at one point. They're going to further narrow the time the data can be retained. Just the way they put in, a lot of limits on the speed cameras and, if they're in a certain socioeconomic area, you can't do this and you can't. Don't, folks, I'm telling you, do not trust them. Nothing personal. I'm just saying it from a guy who's watched this for 40 years. Because you think for one reason, you think for one reason or any reason or no reason at all, the Democratic majority in this state is not going to try and look good to its constituency and say, well, you don't need this many cameras, town of XXX, and you don't need them in this section of town because they will disproportionately affect those of color. They're going to say this. So listen, with all due respect to Mr. Duff and Mr. Maroney, I ain't buying.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season's flying by, and right now we're in a heat wave. Don't miss any of these great upcoming shows. Friday, August 7th, you don't want to miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, St. Kesha at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, August 23rd, you got a pair of shows to pick from: Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
The Voice of Connecticut has the most up-to-date and accurate weather reports. Listen to the Voice of Connecticut for the Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather report and stay informed.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
25 minutes northbound of 95, Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then 40 minutes Norwalk up to Bridgeport, very heavy through the Westport exits. Lower end of the Parkway, not too bad through New Canaan, Stamford, we'll call it patchy volume. Still a very heavy ride into Westport, again about 40 minutes to go from Norwalk getting up to Route 8. Northbound Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge, very heavy northbound Route 7, Georgetown into Branchville into the construction zone. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home with Courtesy Carpet. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday is scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, every Wednesday, midweek, right around this time, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, drops by to give his outlook on the big stories. Mr. Har, good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
Good afternoon. What's in the news today?
Well, that's why I bring you on to talk about it. Another poll in the governor's race. And you think Josh Elliott will outdo this poll? Give us some thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, he polled in the 20s in this race, the margin of error being about 3 or 3.5 percentage points.
Yeah.
So low to mid 20s. And that was our poll, CT Insider and WFSB and Sacred Heart University.
Yes.
Don't let me say the wrong partners here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for one thing, he's been very, very aggressive in Fairfield County since the poll was in the field, ending July 26th. The poll came out at the beginning of this week.
Yeah.
And it was in the field some days earlier, as polls do.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing is that. Another is the poll gives us a sort of an esoteric political point, right? To the extent that someone who's new and different brings in different voters, Josh Elliott hopes and expects to bring in some unaffiliated voters who are disgusted with both parties. And no polls, they seek registered voters. That's what generally polls do.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. And while these are registered voters, unaffiliated, when they say, "Are you a Democrat?" and you say no, they move on to the next question, right? And so it's polls are notoriously weak on unaffiliated voters to begin with. And he believes he's going to bring in a lot of people registering at the last minute as Democrats in order to vote for him. Now, he's not going to do as well as he thinks he's going to do, which is to win.
Yeah.
But I don't think I don't believe he's going to win the race, but I think he's going to do better than these polls showed, not because of the fault of the polls, but because of those factors and others.
The new spot that the governor unleashed at him with New Haven Democratic State Rep Tony Walker, and I saw her and I said, boy, she was really a powerful spokesman in that spot, Dan.
Yeah, the governor kind of threw her under the bus a little bit when we said, hey, what's going on here? This pretty vicious ad there against a guy who had been an ally of Representative Walker's.
Yeah.
So, and that was at his rally yesterday.
Yeah.
Kaz and I from the Mirror were there, and he sort of threw her under the bus and said, well, that was really her speaking. as in, that's her take. I was like, okay. Okay. So we, of course, saunter over to Representative Walker, who concedes that, yes, she's been allied with Josh Elliott, her colleague on the Democratic side, on the liberal wing of the Democratic side for some years now. But she now maintains that, no, he really wasn't with us on ICE and he wasn't with us on this and that. So that's where we are. And look, the subtext here is that the entire establishment of the Democratic Party, regardless of whether it's left or center, there's not really there used to be a couple of conservative Democrats, but let's say left or center, right, is lining up behind the governor. Right. And so the entire institutional support and that's one of the reasons why, even though our poll said that Josh Elliott would beat Ryan Fazio, that's largely because of party affiliation. Fazio is going to have the entire. Fazio may do well against Lamont because he has the entire Republican establishment, such as it's worth in Connecticut. And with Trump not on the ballot but in the White House, the Republican establishment is worth less than it was, obviously.
Dan Har.
I shouldn't I shouldn't say obviously. Some people believe that that's not true, but they're just wrong.
Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media is the guest. You wrote about, and a good piece about the two Melissa Ramirez's here. And it's funny because right before I read your piece in the day previous, I woke up and everybody's exploding with, did you know this woman was also registered to vote? I'm like, wait a minute. Melissa Ramirez, I mean, that's not exactly a not common name. And it turned out that discretion should have been the better part of valor on this one.
Maybe. I mean, they're still out there. There are still people on the far right out there claiming that they are the same one and the same person, even though the Secretary of State's office, CT Insider through me, and the Danbury police, and some others that I can't name, who are in authority positions, not that I am, I've all reached out to this person in New Britain who is the legally voting Melissa Ramirez. So it's not an unfortunate coincidence that two Melissa Ramirez's were both born on the same day in July of 1999, but it's unfortunate that when one gets dragged into, when one gets accused of manslaughter in an accident, in a crash, that the other one has suffered.
And finally, Dan Har, and I talked about this with you previous, and you probably saw it earlier today, kind of a co-signed press release from high-ranking Democrats Jim Maroney of Milford and, of course, Bob Duff of Norwalk, asking cities and towns for a timeout on these license plate readers until I'm paraphrasing here, until we can put more safeguards in, ostensibly on a state level on the data, which they kind of already did with this one bill. But what do you make of this? And is this Hartford threatening to Bigfoot local municipalities here on this? How do you view this?
Do you want the front door story or the back story?
Let's start with the front.
The front door story is that the Senate Democrats may be saying, "Hey, gee whiz, we went too far in allowing this, and now we want towns to act on their voluntary basis to hold up on this now."
Yeah.
Let's take a breather, a moratorium. And that makes good sense. That's good policy. Holding up may make good sense.
Okay.
Other people say that these speed cameras, look, let's separate flock from speed cameras.
Yeah, they're two different things. Yeah.
Right. You know, there's concern about flock because of who they are and where the information might be going.
Yeah.
But let's talk now about just the speed cameras. A lot of people think this is a good thing. Washington, D.C., I think many of us who have driven in Philadelphia, I got 2 tickets in the same mile stretch of territory. I looked, I was like, what? Are you kidding me? In like the 2000 block of Roosevelt Boulevard, I got 2 different tickets. So, but the backstory here is that Democrats are getting the crap beat out of them on the door-to-door.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's really that's the backstory. Is that this is turning into a potential election issue that's going to potentially hurt Democrats. And this may be damage control. Yeah,
it could be, because then again, you see the Police Chiefs Association, at least on the license plate reader cameras, Dan Har, and the field that got tore up in Cheshire, the arrest made in the home invasion here in Milford, of the cops saying, hey, wait a minute, let's pump the brakes on this a little bit, because these things help us get criminals and solve crimes. So, man, this is talk about a rock and a hard place on this, Dan.
Well, the Republicans are the voters. The Republican voters are the ones who don't want the cameras.
Yeah, I know.
At least as far as the speed cameras are concerned.
Yeah.
So it's a complex issue, and I have to say that I haven't really fully delved into it. These are more on some issues, such as the previous one we just talked about with Melissa Ramirez.
Yeah.
I'm pretty well versed on. This is a new issue for me, and I haven't really. My sense is that it's more complicated than the political apparatus is able to manage right now. And they can manage it during a session, but this isn't during a session, and this is really exploding over the summer.
All right, good stuff. I'm sure you'll get deeper into it. Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, as always, we thank you for your time. Have a happy weekend, and slow down, Dan, will you? Jeez, hit the brake every so often, okay? Will you do that?
I'm hitting the brakes.
All right. Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, take care. Bye-bye. All righty, traffic and weather together news. What did he say? He got 2 tickets in Philly on the same street. Yikes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across southern Connecticut. Delays about 20 minutes to get from Stamford up to Norwalk and 95. About 30 to 35 minutes now from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Heaviest through the Westport exits. Parkway pretty similar. Not bad. Lower part of the county. Delays into Westport. Quick tap on the Fairfield side. Northbound Route 8 a little bit heavy into the bridge into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you're buying or selling a home in New Haven or Fairfield counties, experience matters. That's why you should trust Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti & Company Realtors. John has more than 40 years of real estate experience and over 1,300 five-star Google reviews. Carbuti & Company is also the only area real estate agency endorsed by Barbara Corcoran. Call 203-980-6886 today.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So how about that, huh? Our buddy Dan Haar saying maybe the Democratic leadership is worried that the camera issues could become election issues come November.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche weighing in on President Trump's criticism over U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro after she dropped vandalism charges in the torn reflecting pool liner case. Blanche did not address the case, but defended Pirro's job in the nation's capital.
Judge Pirro is doing a great job, and our city, Washington, D.C., is a lot safer in no small part to her effort and the prosecutor's efforts that she works with.
President Trump says a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is close. Iranian officials, meantime, say they're in talks with Oman. A federal judge throwing out Alex Murdaugh's civil lawsuit against former clerk Becky Hill, whose jury tampering led to his double murder conviction of his wife and son to get thrown out earlier this year. The judge says the $600,000 suit to pay for his trial legal fees suffered a fatal flaw because Murdaugh would have had to pay for his attorneys, regardless of Hill's misconduct. Murdaugh's attorneys have already filed a notice of appeal. This is
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The suspect charged in the crash that killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend last month allegedly admitted to prosecutors she did not have a driver's license. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez faces 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter and single counts of driving under the influence, traveling unreasonably fast, and failure to drive in the proper lane after the crash on July 13th on Sugar Hollow Road in Danbury. The Jeep Ramirez was driving slammed into a motorcycle driven by 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. Ramirez's blood alcohol level was 0.14, nearly twice the legal limit, and the arrest warrant said she also tested positive for marijuana. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security confirmed she is the subject of an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detainer. When Ramirez appeared in Danbury Superior Court Tuesday, Danbury State's Attorney Stacey Miranda said that Ramirez admitted to police she did not have nor has ever had a driver's license, and the state would be adding an additional charge to reflect that. The city of Stamford has announced it will be rolling out speed enforcement cameras starting in September. Mayor Caroline Simmons announced this week that there will be 14 cameras in 7 school zones across the city. The Board of Representatives passed an ordinance allowing the cameras in April of 2024. When the cameras go operational, they will begin with a 45-day warning period. After that, tickets will be issued to drivers going 11 miles per hour or more over the posted speed limit. Speed cameras will be located on streets around the following schools: Clunan Middle School, Springdale Elementary School, Dolan Middle School, and Toquam Elementary School, Stamford High School, Julia A. Stark Elementary School, K.T. Murphy Elementary School, and Strawberry Hill School. The city of Bridgeport does not have plans to install any speed enforcement cameras of their own. City staff had identified at least 10 hazardous high-profile intersections where the cameras could be of use and held an information session with members of the City Council's Public Safety Committee. However, 6 months later, no progress has been made, and a representative from Mayor Joe Ganem's office has confirmed that the City Council has not revisited the topic. Concerns include public reservations and complete opposition to use of the cameras. Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Mayor Joe Ganem, Constance Vickers, said the outrage in Milford and Fairfield over their camera use has also led to a stall in the process. A second suspect is in custody in connection to a deadly Milford home invasion. Milford police say 24-year-old Ivan Barrios Floriman of the Bronx was arrested on Tuesday with help from the U.S. Marshals Service. He is facing murder charges and is being held in New York City, waiting for extradition to Connecticut. Investigators say he was one of 2 men that entered a home on June 3rd around 3 a.m. and shot a man and a woman multiple times. The man was identified as 69-year-old Frederick Warner, who was pronounced dead at the scene. A city bus crash left 1 person injured in Bridgeport on Tuesday. 7 people were evaluated by medics after the 2-vehicle crash near the intersection of Lindley Street and North Avenue. Bridgeport police are investigating the cause. No other information was immediately made available. The Connecticut State Board of Education will vote on new statewide guidance encouraging school districts to adopt stricter limits on student cell phone use and classroom screen time before the new year begins. The recommendations call for bell-to-bell restrictions on personal devices, including cell phones, for students of all grade levels, while also urging districts to create plans that reduce screen time on school-issued technology and promote more face-to-face learning. The guidance will not be mandatory, but the State Board of Ed says it could help improve student focus, behavior, and social interaction if adopted by local school districts. A new study shows more than 500,000 residents in Connecticut are food insecure. Connecticut Food Share says the rate of food insecurity in the state has more than doubled to 15%. After coming in at 7% last year. It also found more than 130,000 children are among those facing food insecurity. The organization held a food distribution event in Bloomfield on Tuesday, where dozens of people lined up for assistance. The state has approved a new $8.5 million program to supplement people who lost access to SNAP benefits because they could not meet newly enacted federal eligibility standards. Governor Ned Lamont and DSS Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves held a news conference Tuesday to announce the funding.
So we know that probably at the end of this month, we will expect close to 30,000 people to fall off of SNAP, having lost their benefits because of the changes that happened in H.R. 1 and that law that passed last July. We are only one of a handful of states who have actually stepped forward, thanks to Governor Ned Lamont, to make sure that people do not fall into the abyss of hunger that is inevitable with these law changes.
An incoming UConn freshman, Olivia Vukosa, is leading Croatia at the U18 Eurobasket tournament in Sweden. Croatia lost 93-51 to Serbia on Monday, but Vukosa scored 25 points, adding 14 rebounds and 2 steals. Croatia also lost their first 3 games of the tournament, despite Vukosa averaging 27 points and 16 rebounds per game while making 31 of 33 free throws. Last year, she was the National High School Gatorade Player of the Year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across southern Connecticut. Delays about 20 minutes to get from Stamford up to Norwalk and 95. About 30 to 35 minutes now from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Heaviest through the Westport exits. Parkway pretty similar, not bad. Lower part of the county, delays into Westport. Quick tap on the Fairfield side. Northbound Route 8, a little bit heavy into the bridge into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-90422-333 WICC. All righty, how was everyone? That big win by Dr. Al-Sayed in the Detroit area, the Michigan, I should say, Democratic primary. After a contentious primary that he won this by about a point or so, something like that. Now, again, there are 2 ways to look at this. From a point of view, if you're a Democrat, you could say, well, geez, he only won by a point. So our party is not completely, anti-Semitic or whatever, or progressive or uber left. And then there are people that are saying on the progressive side, saying, hey, a win's a win's a win, whether it's a half a point, a quarter point, or 1, 2, or 3 points. Now, again, a lot of people are upset with some questionable things that Mr. El-Sayed said, again, about Israel and about apartheid and all this and cleansing and ethnic cleansing and all this, which our pal from New York City, who I've interviewed over the past few years, Donnie Deutsch, wasn't really happy about, including talk by Mr. El-Sayed earlier today that, hey, those Israelis, it kind of looks like genocide, doesn't it?
I am so freaking tired of politicians using the word genocide when it comes to Israel. It is a blood libel lie that is causing hate around the world. Here's El-Sayed, who won the primary last night in Michigan for Senate, using it this morning on Morning Joe.
We've watched as Israel has conducted a genocide.
It's a lie. I'll end the argument simply with one fact. The Gazan population has stayed the same since the beginning of the conflict. It is no genocide. If it was a genocide, Israel would not be sending in humanitarian aid, 4,000 calories a day for people. They would not be sending in vaccines for polio for kids. They would not be dropping leaflets warning of incursions to come.
All right, so there you go. So, yeah, Donnie Deutsch, he's one, and Donnie Deutsch is a panelist on MS Now. He's not a Fox guy. He's not a CNN guy. He's a proud Jew, and he doesn't like what's happening here to the Democratic Party, and you shouldn't either. So that was Donnie Deutsch earlier today because he didn't like what he heard from Mr. Sayed, who won last night, and he had said, on MS Now, he's talking about, Israel and genocide. And it's not genocide. It's not. It's a war is what it is. And then he was asked by one of the hosts on MS Now, hey, you said some pretty caustic things here. What do you really mean by that? And I'm going to ask you to listen closely here, because It is a tactic that the left is using, that they keep using over and over and over and over and over and over again. Even when they get called out on it, they pull out this BS moral equivalency stuff. Listen to this, and I'll stop it when it comes to the pure point here.
So there are voters watching this right now in the state of Michigan who supported Haley Stevens, Jewish voters who backed her because of some of what you just said there. What is your message to them? Because you are going to need them to win what's expected to be a very close race.
My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own kids. We have a responsibility to take on anti-Semitism in all of its forms wherever we see it. It's the same responsibility we have to take on Islamophobia.
All right. There it is. They can never, the progressives and many Muslim candidates, they can never just say anti-Semitism is bad. Oh, and by the way, Islamophobia. Now, is unchecked Islamophobia bad? Of course it is. Nobody is saying it isn't. But this is a tactic. And you folks, my Jewish friends out there, my Jewish listeners who still vote Democrat, you got to think about this. They cannot even say anti-Semitism is bad, full stop, and then go on. Oh, but Islamophobia, they can't say it. They cannot just say anti-Semitism has got to stop. They've got to roll Islamophobia into it. It's part of the script. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I ask a simple question. Why does Islamophobia, as ugly as that is too, why does it always have to be mentioned when you're mentioning anti-Semitism? And you know what? People are picking up on it now. They say, wait a minute, here we go again. And again, I don't know what's in this guy's heart, but he's sticking by the script. He's sticking by the script. And we continue.
I know what it's like to be discriminated against for how I pray. I've experienced it myself, and nobody should have to feel that in a country where we believe in basic freedoms. And so the things that bring us together are so much bigger than the things that divide us. Whatever we may think about our funding for a government 6,000 miles away.
Oh, there you go. Hey, by the way, did I mention Israel? Israel.
I think we all agree about the funding for our schools that might be 2 miles away, and the funding for our roads that we drive on to get there, and the funding for our health care that we all need and deserve. So as I've always said to my Jewish sisters and brothers, I'm looking forward to fighting the fight against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
There it is again. I'm going to fight anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. There must have been a national edict that came down from the Democrats or the DSA, whatever. Make sure you mention Islamophobia when you mention anti-Semitism. And they're probably thinking, if I just mention anti-Semitism and without Islamophobia, I'm going to catch hell from our voter base here. Folks, I'm not making this up. Did you hear the comment this morning? And again, it's not that you can't criticize Israel. I'm not saying that. But you folks who are my dear Jewish listeners and are Democratic or lean Democratic, you got a lot of thinking to do. You really do.
I'm looking forward to joining you. If you open the door for me, I'm happy to come in. I'm looking forward to building relationships. I hope that you'll join this movement. And in the end, what are we against? We're against somebody like Mike Rogers and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a guy who has said the most heinous things and pushed a set of tropes that are just deeply inconsistent with believing in freedom of religion in our country. We have to beat that, and I'm looking forward to partnering alongside you to do it.
All right, he hates Trump. Now, Dr. El-Sayed, with all due respect, what has Donald Trump done? Now, you hate the guy. A lot of people do. I get it. But what has Donald Trump done to stifle anybody's religion? Oh, well, you know what he's done. Freedom of religion. What exactly? What exactly? Or are you just saying that because, well, hey, I didn't mention Trump, so I got to mention Trump?
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut,
Thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a heavy wave out of Stamford. Looks like an accident in the mix between exits 6 and 9. Further north, about 35 minutes to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. A very heavy wave from exit 17 in Westport, getting up to the Fairfield Crest. Northbound on the Parkway, some extra company out of Stamford. Very busy into Westport. Again, about 30 to 35 minutes to go from Route 7 up to Route 8. Not too bad of a trip. Route 8 up into Derby and Shelton. Expect the construction to be setting up southbound after 6:30. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Showers and thunderstorms Friday, hot and humid near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Am I wrong, Chris? Right? No, I'm 100% right. I know. It's all benevolence in my heart. No, we're not talking about Mr. El Sayed. Something internal here in the radio station. But it's fun. We all love each other. We do, honestly. We're like a big family here at the Connoisseur Media. Yes. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. All right. Let's see who's on the phone. Oh, no, that's the wrong mouse. See, I have three mouses, 3 mice here, 3 computer screens, 3 keyboards. So, it gets to this part of the day. It's a little weird, No, I don't want that mouse. Oh, God, I almost hit the destruct button here. Joe in Norwalk is on the radio with us. Joe, how are you?
Good, doing great. I was doing great, especially until I heard the Ned Lamont ad talking about how much he hates ICE, and maybe if we weren't a sanctuary state and ICE was more well received, maybe Melissa Ramirez wouldn't have killed that poor cop and his dog and his girlfriend.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll find a way to help her out. But
yeah, she should not, Joe. And Joe, just I'll let you finish. But yeah, Joe, it's here's the bottom line: whether she had a license or didn't, if she wasn't here, that young Bridgeport cop and his girlfriend would still be here. So yeah. Yeah.
Maybe Ned wants to call up his parents.
Yeah.
And explain to him why.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah.
He won't do it. He's a coward. Yeah. Anyhow, but about the Muslim thing, with El Sayed, the thing that bothers me about the media is why. Well, I know why, but why wouldn't they ask him? So would you condemn the October 7th attacks? I mean, do you condemn them putting babies in microwaves? I'm just wondering. Do you think that's bad? I mean, do you know any instances where Israeli soldiers are doing that to Palestinians? Oh, that's right. No, they're dropping leaflets telling them to get out of the building that they're about to bomb because Hamas is, have RPGs in the basement. I mean,
I know.
The media doesn't do a good job. These Muslims never speak out about the dirtbags that are among them.
Because you know why, Joe?
They never do. They
Joe,
never condemn anything.
And you know why, Joe?
They support it.
Because, well, a lot of them are afraid, too. I've interviewed Muslims over the years, and a lot of them are like, hey, we have to, you criticize some of these, and Joe, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. You criticize, and I've had Muslim leaders on, the more conservative side of the aisle tell me, yes, we understand it's bad, but we have to be careful. I'm paraphrasing, but I've been told this for years. And Joe, to your question there regarding why don't, probably with the exception of Fox, why don't CNN and MS Now and these other, why are the networks step lightly over this? Because they don't want to get branded as anti-Muslim or even worse now, pro-Jewish. And if any of these Muslim lawmakers or whatever, if they get to a height in Washington, what happens is, and this happens with all politicians, they sometimes say, hey, I'm not going on your outlet. The way you treated me or the way you treated our candidate, and it's not just for Muslims, it's for Democrats and Republicans. Understand that when you're at a network level, you have to maintain access. And if a cable outlet gets a little too feisty or a regular network gets a little too feisty with a candidate, the phone's going to ring 10 minutes after the candidate leaves the studio. Hey, I'm so-and-so. I'm the media director for, hey, what's up? I thought your questioning of our candidate was a little too harsh. Are you on the payroll of AIPAC? Oh, yeah. Listen. As far as the Democrats are concerned right now, and again, the Republicans went through their rebranding since 2015 with Trump, and it is what it is right now. He won one, he lost one, he won one. He's soon to be out of office. There's going to be a new wave of Republicans behind them, probably led by, again, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz and those people. So you have still a middle-aged kind of youngish wave of Republicans coming up. Democrats, good luck. And every party goes through its rebranding here. But, man, some of the stuff here you hear from the Democrats. And this guy, Mr. Syed, he's got the guts to go there and say, Donald Trump is trying to stifle freedom of religion. How exactly? I mean, so look, you can hate Trump for 1,000 things. Even the war in Iran, the pool, the reflecting pool, a lot of this stuff is crumbling. I get it. But some of these tropes are just, what are you talking about? Well, we're losing our freedoms. What freedoms have you lost? What can you not do today? And it doesn't mean you have to love Donald Trump to ask this question. I'm dealing in reality here. What can you not do today that you were allowed to do previous to January 2017 that he was inaugurated? I don't get it. I do not get it. And again, instead of beating on Israel and beating on Jews, come up with policies. Because you may do well in the midterms in a few weeks, but if all the Democrats are going to have is the DSA people saying we hate Jews in 2028, guess what? Get ready for President J.D. Vance.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a heavy wave out of Stamford. Looks like an accident in the mix between exits 6 and 9. Further north, about 35 minutes to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. A very heavy wave from exit 17 in Westport, getting up to the Fairfield Rest. North out on the Parkway, some extra company out of Stamford. Very busy into Westport. Again, about 30 to 35 minutes to go from Route 7 up to Route 8. Not too bad of a trip. Route 8 up into Derby and Shelton. Expect the construction to be setting up southbound after 6:30. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm near 70. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm near 90. Friday, scattered showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
If you yell at your security system, this commercial is for you. Frustrated your security cameras don't connect, your motion sensor lights don't cooperate, your thermostat has a mind of its own? Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has the guy for you. PCC is your personal security company, making your home security and technology work together. For security cameras, motion sensor lighting, thermostats, and garage doors. Start at ppcalarms.com. Set up your free consultation. Property Protection Consulting, ppcalarms.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All righty, 203-333-9422. By the way, what's the over-under on how much longer Jeanine Pirro is the U.S. Attorney in D.C.? Has she had enough too? Oh, jeez. Ha ha. Oh, man. Yeah, she's, I mean, God almighty, there's so much time wasted on the reflecting pool and the arch and the White House ballroom. Although they say, I guess the National Guard presence is still there in D.C. and it's working, and they've cleaned up some of the monuments as well. But man, folks, I am telling you, I stick by this, and I wish no ill will on anybody. I don't. But you watch. It's just my gut feeling. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll eat crow. It will not surprise me at all if right about this time, and we're all together, God willing, next year, July, August 2027, as the campaigns ramp up, I honestly believe Mr. Trump will resign. I think he will step away. He will be 81 at that time. I think that barring some miracle of a bounce back in popularity, he will say, I've had enough. I've got my family to look after. My doctor says it's too much for somebody my age. JD, take it over. You are now in the big chair.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Las Vegas, President Trump delivering remarks on his economic policies. He's touting his no tax on tips for hospitality workers and lower inflation, he says.
But here in Nevada, we've created over 40,000 new jobs and lifted nearly 100,000 Nevadans off of food stamps. And they don't want to be on food stamps because they've got new jobs. They've got jobs. They don't need food stamps.
Unemployment in Nevada remains among the highest nationwide at 5.1% as of June, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And some Vegas hospitality workers say they're getting squeezed by a tourism slowdown and blame the war in Iran and Trump-era tariffs for higher costs. Las Vegas saw about 3.1 million fewer visitors last year, a 7.5% fall off, according to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. Affordability remains a key theme ahead of the midterms. In Michigan, ABC News projects progressive Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed will win the Democratic Senate race against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. ABC News political director Avery Harper.
But what it does say is that there is definitely a desire for an outsider candidate, someone who is espousing some of these progressive ideals. You know, I was on the ground in Michigan, and every time you go to a campaign event with Abdul El-Sayed, he begins with a very simple motto: getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
He'll face GOP Representative Mike Rogers in November. New FBI data providing more context about the nearly 36 active shooter incidents in the U.S. last year.
The FBI says that last year there were